Welcome to KCTV5's special coverage of the final farewell for Officer Cody Allen.
KCTV5 is bringing you special coverage this morning of a final farewell for fallen officer Cody Allen. We thank you for joining us. I'm Carolina Cruz.
And I'm Zach Summers. The funeral is set to start any moment inside the community of Christ Church in Independence. This is a live look inside the church, which is packed, as you can see, with family and friends of Officer Allen, as well as fellow officers from around the country. As soon as the service starts, we will bring you back here live to listen in full. Here's what we've learned about Officer Cody Allen since he was shot just 1 week ago. Allen was married with 2 small children, a son and daughter. He was born in Kansas City, graduated from Odessa High School, same community he will be laid to rest in today. Allen spent 6 years with the Grandview Police Department. He joined the Independence Police Department back in 2017. Now, people in the Odessa community, they tell us Allen was a dedicated wrestler in high school.
And friends also say that he even mentioned wanting to go back into coaching wrestling. He was a Cub Scout. He loved to listen to music, especially Michael Jackson. People who knew Allen say he was just a great person to be around. So we do want to walk you through actually how things are going to be looking after the funeral. A procession will be taking Officer Allen to his final resting spot at the Odessa Cemetery. That procession will be passing by the police department on Truman Road and Memorial Drive. And then it'll be traveling on Lee Summit Road, East 39th and Little Blue Parkway on its way to I-70 East. The route down I-70 towards Odessa will be that longest stretch that we will see. So traffic in this area, you will be expecting some delays. KCTV5 will be following along this procession all the way through with our coverage along the route. So there are a couple notes to be aware of with this procession as we take a live look here in Independence. This is the Independence Police Department. This is where that procession will be taking a pause before it continues heading out to the Odessa Cemetery. And that procession could also take a pause near Centerpoint Medical Center. You're looking live there now. Just so you are aware, if you are traveling in Independence from about noon on, traffic could experience issues as that procession makes its way. And they're actually stopping here because this is where they had those life-saving measures for Officer Allen. Once that procession reaches about a half mile from the gravesite in Odessa, it'll then stop.
Yeah, family in the honor guard, they will get out of their vehicles. Officer Allen will be moved to a horse-drawn caisson. The horses will then walk down Main Street into the cemetery with the family following behind. Our Joe Hennessy live outside the church. Joe, with the service getting ready to start any moment now, this is an emotional day for the Independence Police Department, Allen's family, and really our entire community.
Yes, it's been a tough go ever since we first learned of this information. We've been here early this morning, starting to see it progress more and more. Obviously, you saw inside more and more people inside. The memorial at the police department growing and growing by the day. The vigils continued all throughout the week. People sharing stories and memories. His own father saying from 3 to 6, he wanted to be Batman. And then from that point on, he knew he wanted to be a police officer. He always followed the rules. He always wanted to know what he needed to know and how to do it correctly. And unfortunately, losing his life simply doing his job. So the funeral just about to start here. We're going to stick around. We're going to follow it along. As it ends, people are going to be making their way out this door and through this way. That's where the procession is going to be making its way. Again, a very sad scene, a tough moment for the Independence Police Department, Grandview Police Department, Lafayette County, everybody, Odessa, all of these communities impacted from what's happened here. Guys, back to you.
Joe, thank you so much. We actually want to take you back inside the church just to give you a look at the services that are going to be getting underway here just shortly. We know that a lot of family, friends, officers from all over the metro are right here. You can see there is that flag that is draped right there in the very front with a picture of Officer Cody Allen right to the left of that.
Yeah, we expect to hear from his parents, Tim and Loretta Allen, as well as the Chief of Police in Independence, Adam Dustman, along with a number of his colleagues and friends who will eulogize and offer tributes throughout this service, which we are told is to run about an hour and 10 minutes. The procession itself will be an additional hour.
And we know that a lot of the brothers and sisters are going to be there for Officer Allen from the Independence Police Department. Our Sammy Boring is actually live outside of the police department. Sammy.
Hey, Carolina, Zach, we are here at the Independence Police Department. We saw quite a few officers and other law enforcement partners here earlier getting ready to head over to the funeral. Of course, we've seen quite a bit of support from the community here in Independence, but also across the metro. Here at the police department, there are flowers, flags, and much more here to honor Officer Cody Allen. But we've seen a lot of support also online. The GoFundMe has raised nearly $30,000 for his family, and the KC Crime Commission has also donated through its SAFE program a $40,000 check to Officer Cody Allen's wife and his kids. Of course, we'll be continuing to follow the procession here as it makes its way to the police department where Allen came in each day to get ready for work, and we'll have continuing coverage from this location. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. And that's actually also the location where they have the officers' patrol car outside. It's been covered in just everything that you can imagine, from balloons to flowers to any notes that are honoring the officer.
Yeah, you know, within the last week, we've seen an outpouring of love both in his hometown of Odessa, of course, in Independence, where he served that community for the last several years. And, you know, reading through his obituary, his family remembering him as a passionate, devoted father and husband, a compassionate, protective brother and son that will never be forgotten.
And you got to keep in mind that Odessa is a small community, and he was very well known there. His entire family was really well known there. So this is hard for not only the community, but of course for the entire metro. You can see that right now, everybody is kind of standing up. This service could get underway at any moment, set to start right here around 11. We're starting to hear some of the music. We want you to take a listen in. If you are just tuning in to our coverage here, we are covering the funeral and following the procession of fallen officer Cody Allen. His family, friends, the community is gathering to honor this officer who was killed last Thursday while serving, a hero here in our community. We expect this service to last about an hour, probably a little bit over that. And then that procession will continue outside of the church here, Community of Christ, that's happening. And then it'll be driving by Independence Police Department, also Centerpoint Hospital. It'll then travel all the way down 70 to Odessa. That is where Cody Allen is from. That's where his final resting spot will be as well. During the service, we're going to be hearing from those who loved him, including his parents, his sister. We expect music. 2 officers will be talking about their brother in law enforcement as well. You can see right now that people are just starting to file into the church, so we expect this to continue for a little bit, but as you can see, this church right now packed. Again, we are bringing you the coverage right now for Officer Cody Allen as the community pays its final respects and honors this fallen officer.
If you are now just joining us, this is the funeral of Independence Police Officer Cody Allen, expected to start any moment now. Allen killed in the line of duty last Friday, helping a process server in the Jackson County Circuit Court who was also killed, Drexel Mack. Allen, 35 years old, he leaves behind a wife of 14 years and 2 small children. We are expected to hear from his parents today during this what is expected to be an hour-long service, which again expected to get underway any moment now as we wait for loved ones, his colleagues, to take the podium. We are remembering him. We have been remembering him. He is from the Odessa area. That's where he graduated. He was born in Kansas City. Just a young life, 35 years old, gone way too soon. And when you think about the family he leaves behind, it is absolutely heartbreaking. There have been several vigils, memorials over the last week leading up to this moment. We heard from his father at one of those vigils saying, you know, his son was simply running into a home to help a man in need, Drexel Mack, who was also killed, and in turn he lost his life. That funeral happening at Community Church in Independence, where last night there was a public visitation where we also saw a number of people turn out to pay their respects. And as you can see today at his funeral, the same is to be said about the turnout.
And something to keep in mind is that Allen was not only an Independence police officer, he also served with Grandview. We are seeing his family right here being escorted in, sitting right there in front for this service. It's a really close-knit family. They're really well known in the Odessa area. It's a small community there in Odessa. So a lot of people have just been pouring out their support and surrounding this family with so much love. He leaves behind his wife. He leaves behind 2 children, young ones, a little boy, a little girl. His parents, we've heard from, we'll be hearing from them again today. Everybody that knew him just says this is such a huge loss for not only the Odessa community, but also for the law enforcement community. He actually went back to serve 2 years ago with the Independence Police Department after leaving for some time.
And sadly, when we talk about this police department, Independence Police, Allen is the second officer in recent years to be fatally shot in the line of duty. Blaze Madrid Evans, 22, was killed in September of 2021. And when you look at the Officer Down Memorial page, this year alone, 23 officers have been killed in the line of duty. February, the deadliest month, 15 officers, including Officer Cody Allen.
And with Blaze Madrid Evans, he was a really young officer. He had been on the force for a few shifts, is how it was described. So very young officer. Officer Cody Allen, a little bit more experienced, still 35 years old, is just incredibly young for a law enforcement officer to lose their life, really serving his community. We do want to take, though, a listen in, as it seems like the services are really starting to get underway now. We are bringing you coverage honoring fallen officer Cody Allen this morning of the Independence Police Department. Officer Allen was shot and killed while responding to a call. Somebody was serving an eviction notice at a home. This happened on last Thursday. And today, the family of Officer Allen, his brothers and sisters in blue are gathering. We're talking about Grandview Police Department, but also Independence Police Department. Right now, we're seeing some of those law enforcement officers walking up to the casket. This service is expected to last a little over an hour. We're going to be hearing from his parents, siblings. The first person up to the podium is going to be actually the chaplain, Virgil Gardner, who is going to be carrying this ceremony. And once this all wraps up, we are going to be bringing you coverage of that procession live all the way through. So do expect some delays in the area of 70 once that procession leaves the Independence Police Department and heads to Odessa, the final resting place. We do want to leave you, though, with the ceremony that is getting underway.
Good morning. My name is Virgil Gardner. I'm a chaplain with the Independence, Missouri Police Department. On behalf of the Allen family, I want to thank you all for being here this morning, for being here to honor the life of Officer Cody Ray Allen. We know many of you have traveled a great distance to get here. We appreciate your sacrifice and your time. We thank all of our law enforcement agencies, firefighters, emergency medical personnel. Thank you for your service and your sacrifice. To the Allen family, Cody was an amazing man. I don't have to tell you that. Everyone here is a testament to Cody's tribute, to the dedication, to service. If you look around, Cody's brothers and sisters in blue would like to express our sincere condolences on your loss. We join you in your pain, your grief, and your sorrow. You do not grieve alone. You will never grieve alone. You know, it's never easy getting through a day like today. It's especially difficult when we're talking about a life that was ended way too soon. A young man who had so much to give, so much more to give. Just when you think he'd given all and given enough, You look at his life and you realize he had so much more to do. Talking to his father, Tim, he would often say that Cody was my superhero. I heard him say that a number of times. And if you were here last night and you got to talk with Tim, you realize that Tim is an amazing man himself. And you know where Cody got it from. So this morning we've come together to pay tribute to a man, a family man, a police officer who dedicated his life to protecting and serving others. You're going to hear stories here that are going to give you a glimpse, just a little glimpse into Cody's life. You're going to hear some stories and some tributes from people that were close to him, that know him, love him. Some of the tributes are going to make you cry. And it's okay to cry. Tears are cleansing. You're going to hear some stories that will warm your heart. They're going to make you smile. And it's okay to smile because the smiling is healing and it's comforting. 2 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 3 through 4, the Apostle Paul writes to a grieving church in Corinth. He says, "Praise be to the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of compassion and the God of all comfort, who comforts us in all of our troubles, so that we can comfort those in any trouble with the comfort we ourselves have to receive from God." As you get to know the Allen family, you realize that they're a strong family. They're a close family. They're a loving family. They would reach out to comfort the officers as they talked with them. Imagine that. You're grieving, and you find it in your heart and soul to comfort others. Bow with me, please. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with heavy hearts. We ask that your Holy Spirit would be with us today as we remember and honor Officer Cody Ray Allen. We pray you would grant his family and friends a peace and a comfort that comes from knowing a loving God. Bless all those speaking here today. You give them the strength and confidence to understand and to know that they have every ability, every skill, every ounce of their being will be poured into what they're saying. They'll share from their loving hearts of compassion, and we thank them for that. They loved Officer Cody Allen with all that they are. We ask this in the name of our Savior, Christ Jesus. Amen.
Got some good friends with some loose ends. They remind me of myself. They can drink as much as me, and they can smoke me half to hell. And by the end of these songs, when we bring our asses home, they'll all be thanking God that they're not in this pain alone. Been so cruel to me, and it's been the same to them, but I don't mind sharing my sweet depression with some boys who act just like me and a girl who does the same. I don't know how I got here, but I'm glad as hell I came. Come as you are, however broken, and we will see if If we can make you whole again, come as you are, with your heart wide open. The bridges that you've burned, they are still there, just floating. Remember us in our bright-eyed days, too young to go inside, sitting drunk on curbs, trying to get ourselves a rise. Of the pretty girls who walk down there on Elgin Avenue. Oklahoma sure is flat, but it has itself a view. And how am I supposed to know the good times that I'm in, if the good is only seen when I'm looking back at them? The boys are getting off work and they're hauling on home. If I am meant for anything, to show you you're not alone. Come as you are, however broken, and we will see if we can make you whole again. Come as you are, with your heart wide open. The bridges that you've burned, they are still there, just floating. Got some good friends with some loose ends that remind me of myself. They can drink as much as me and they can smoke me half to hell. By the end of these songs, when we bring our asses home, they'll all be thanking God that we're not in this pain alone. Come as you are, however broken, and we will see if we can make you whole again. Come as you are, with your heart wide open. The bridges that you've burned, they are still there, just floating.
What an appropriate song. Come as you are, we're all a little bit broken. We all know that we can come to the cross for healing. Cody was born on December 23rd, 1988 in Kansas City, Missouri, to Timothy and Loretta Adams Allen. He graduated from Odessa High School in 2007, began his law enforcement career with the Lafayette County Sheriff's Department, before going to the Grandview Police Department in 2010, where he faithfully served for 6 years. In 2017, he began his career and found a home with the Independence, Missouri Police Department, sacrificially serving his community with honor. Cody will be remembered as a passionate, devoted father and husband, a compassionate, protective brother, and a son that will never be forgotten. His family, friends, fellow officers, and community have lost a sacrificial servant who will be greatly missed. Cody leaves behind his beloved wife of 14 years, Danielle, son, Brody Ray, daughter, Adley May, parents, Tim and Loretta Allen, sister, Cambray Allen, with brother-in-law, Dennis Garrison, little sister, Corey Lynn Allen, with brother-in-law, Taryn Jeffries, as well as two nephews, Hayden Jericho Allen and Jace Allen Garrison. Now we'll hear from Independence Police Chief Adam Dussman.
Good morning. I'm going to begin and end by speaking to the one person I wish I could talk to today, Cody. You threw me a massive curveball this week, buddy. As if that wasn't challenging enough, you then challenged me to be succinct and concise in these remarks, knowing that I'm a man of few words. I'll do my best for you today, but I have a few people I need to talk to. To the Independence community, city staff, city leadership, thank you for the outpouring of love you have extended us over the past week. We're not surprised by this support, as you have been there always. We see you, and we know that you are hurting too. It is comforting to know that every time we fall, you are there, embracing us with love, and lifting us up. Please continue to pray and support this incredible family, the men and women of this police department, and each other. To our brothers and sisters in blue, the Independence Fire Department, and AMR, thank you is not enough, but today it is all that I have. We see you too. We feel you. And we support you, all of you. Your bravery on Thursday was unmatched, unwavering, and unbelievable. I saw IFD and AMR personnel have to be physically restrained from running into active gunfire to take care of us. You are always by our side, and we will always be by yours. This next one is tough, but important for me. The most amazing group of men and women I have ever met, IPD. There are no words fitting to describe how proud I am of each and every one of you. The love, support, compassion, selfless service, and matchless dedication I have witnessed this week is truly indescribable. I have heard over and over that this one is different, and you are right. While we were still healing and extremely vulnerable, our heart was ripped out. I have been and will always be honest with you. We have a very long road ahead. It will be bumpy, and we will stumble along the way, but as long as we continue to pick each other up and put one foot in front of the other, I promise you today, I will be right by your side, and we will find a way forward together. D.C. Peterson told me this week, we have a Cody-sized hole in our hearts. While that could be taken a different way since he was somewhat vertically challenged, the sentiment was accurate. What Cody may have lacked in height, he more than made up for in heart. As I write this, I know we are broken. I see it. I feel it. But I look to Cody, his smile, his spirit, and I look to the oath he and we took. As a symbol of that oath, I look to our badge, his badge, 1598. That is not broken. That badge cannot be shattered. Instead, on Thursday, it got stronger, a lot stronger. Forged from the strength of those that we have lost, our badge, Cody's badge, is solid. Please take care of yourselves and know, no matter what, we will get through this. To To all of Cody's family and friends, I am so sorry we are here today. Know that we are here for you and with you in the days, weeks, months, and years to come. Tim and Loretta, as a parent, I cannot imagine losing a child. But I also know that there is no higher compliment or praise than when you hear how wonderful your children have become. Our job as parents is to raise and nurture our kids to become the best version of themselves. Tim and Loretta, look around you today. You are both incredible parents, and you can be proud of the man you raised. He represents the best of all of us. Danielle, you are amazing, and your strength is incredible. This week has been hell, but throughout you continue to check in on us, all of us, and we drew from your strength to get us here today. I told you last Thursday that we would get you through this. I hope as we go through today, you feel that promise was fulfilled. But it was actually you that got us through this. Again, look around. This is your extended family, and family is forever. The days ahead will not be easy, but you are not alone. We stand with you. We walk by the side of you, and we will be there whenever you need us. Stay strong, but always know we are here, waiting and willing to help. Brody and Adley, you are both amazing kiddos. Brody, buddy, we have to talk about your love of fire trucks. I have some ideas. We'll talk later. I want you both to know that your dad was a superhero, just like the ones you see in the movies. He showed up and everything was all right. Your dad was special, and the only thing more special than him was his love for you. I know these words won't make sense today, and no one can replace your dad going forward. But know that if you need us, we will be there, and we will try our very best to be the best example of what your dad stood for that we can possibly be. Finally, the tough one, Cody. Man, what I would give to see you smiling here today. You will forever be my hero. Your service, your sacrifice, and the example you set for others will be the foundation of your legacy. You will never be forgotten. I swear to you, man to man, brother to brother, we will take care of your family. I know you know that, but I needed to say it anyway. Cody, you have run the race. You have fought the good fight. And now you have earned your place in heaven, where you stand as a hero among peacemakers and guardians alike. Do me a favor, though. Save Jordan a hot dog for when you get there. After this week, he has some making up to do. Independence Police Officer Cody Allen, you are eternally relieved from duty. You have served with honor and integrity. Rest easy, brother. We have the watch from here.
Thank you, Chief. If there's a box of Kleenex around, anywhere around you, I would advise you to maybe grab a couple for yourselves and someone next to you. You're going to hear from Cody's father, Tim, and his mother, Loretta. And believe me, it's going to be amazing.
Those lights are bright. I can't see you. I'm not going to use big words. And we love Cody. And we'll always love Cody. Cody was, he was always special his whole life. I mean, we knew that from, I always thought that he got his strength when he was little because she was taking his temperature and he bit the thermometer and the mercury went in his mouth, so that made him the superhero. And I know it did. He was stronger, faster, and meaner when he was little. I mean, I've told so many stories about Cody. I mean, he's just awesome. I mean, we've caught him trying to bungee jump off her grandpa's pickup truck. You know, and that was not very smart for him. But he was always extreme. I mean, when we'd ride four-wheelers or whatever we were doing, he always was just laying it on the line. He'd just go as fast as he could, always. And I'm very sure that when he got to that house, he was laying it right on that line. He only knew one thing. He was going to go help that man that was on the ground. And that's what he did, because that's Cody. We love him. 100% miss him. It is the hardest thing I've ever felt in my life. But I do want to tell you some little things about Cody. Cody was, every day he would eat peanut butter. That's Cody, Mr. Peanut Butter. And then honey. That's when he was little. Then he gets older, he does protein shakes and has to work out and more protein shakes, and then he makes protein bars but when he come to our house, because he's always eating clean, well, we eat bacon, and then he'd eat all the bacon. So, but he was still eating clean because that's what he'd tell himself. And he honestly, I mean, from a young age, he always knew he was going to be a police officer. Just because he knew he was going to help people, because he was our Superman. And there was nothing we could ever say to stop him from doing it. I tried to talk him into being a fireman, and he's like, "No, I'm going to be a police officer." And he did it. I mean, he loved doing that. He did try to break away just to see if there was something else out there. He tried to be a lineman, and with every day he'd call me because we are a tight family, and that's what we do. We talk. And he'd call and tell me, "Oh, I know I messed up, Dad. I just wonder if Independence will take me back because I should have never left." So in his mind, he never left the police department. I want to say thank you to every person here. My wife, Loretta, she cries and cries because of all of you that
You are amazing for what you've done for my son and all of us. I mean, he's going to leave the biggest hole in our family. And we are all broken. And I know all of you are too, because I saw it yesterday. And I'm sorry for everybody. And I love everything you guys have done and supported us and helped us, because it did help. And Cody was amazing. And I'm his mom, so yeah, I'm going to say that. But I know now he was amazing because of all of you. And thank you, all of you. I mean, and his friends and all of you. I mean, this is amazing. And you've helped. You guys have really helped us get through it. And our family is going to need help. Because my daughters are really strong. But I know when this all ends, we're going to break. So thank you, everybody.
I would like to thank every officer that went in to take care of the deal, did not turn their back on Cody, didn't run out of that house, stayed right there. There's to the SWAT team. We got to meet the SWAT team, and like I say to us, Cody was it. And one day Cody tells me that, because he loved being on the SWAT team, he's like, "Oh, those guys they're studs." And I'm like, what? There's somebody better than you? Oh yeah, Dad, you wouldn't believe these guys, you know. Well, we got to meet them, and they are studs, man. I'm going to make sure I'm good all the time, because I don't want them coming after me. And to the two officers that were right beside my son, we, as I'm sure every person in the world would want, we wanted to know if my son suffered at all. And those two officers that were 11 inches from my son said he didn't suffer at all. And last night,
we apologize right now. We're having some technical difficulties with. Let's listen in. We're back.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name's Cody Allen. I'm Cody's little sister. I want to thank you all for being here today. And like what my parents said, I'm eternally grateful for everything you guys have done. If you guys don't mind, I'd like to talk about my brother for a few minutes and maybe mention a few things that I never got to tell him. From my first breath, I knew Cody. There hasn't been a day in my life that I didn't know him. Thank you. He helped me learn to speak, to walk. He taught me right from wrong. He taught me alongside my mom and dad in Cambrai. to tell you about the big creek. No, not the little one. We had one of those, but it wasn't good enough for Cody. It's too small. The big creek was where it was at. Me, Cody, Cambrai, and sometimes Mom and Dad would go down to the creek, but most of the time it was just us kids. I always wanted to find a blue crawdad. Past the pond, down the hill, across the valley, and into the woods, we'd walk to the big creek. I always remember trying to keep up with my siblings, but my legs were a bit shorter than theirs. I'm a bit younger. But Cody always walked a bit slower for me, so I wouldn't fall behind. Cody never lost track of me, and he made sure to help me through the woods. We'd splash in the shallow creek beds for hours, flipping over rocks, picking off ticks and leeches as we took breaks, talking about everything under the sun, sometimes nothing at all. I'd ask hundreds of questions, and Cody would answer all of them. He always stayed near me, always protecting me. I never hurt myself a single time in the woods, because Cody made sure of it. As we got older, we got busier. That's just how life is. I thought maybe once I got my life going, I found success in my career, that I had the freedom to travel, but more specifically, to go with Cody. I wanted to drive up mountains and camp in valleys with him. I wanted to see canyons of color we could only imagine. I wanted to fish in rivers and drink around the fire, listening to his stories. I wanted my big brother to show me all his favorite places he had been, and maybe I could show him a few I liked. I'd be able to keep up, to answer questions he had, to help him over fallen logs and up rocks, to show him that I remember everything he taught me. But really, in the end, I just want to follow my big brother through the woods again, hoping we'd find a blue crawdad. I had 29 years with Cody. Many of those years, Cody had Danielle by his side. Thank you for loving my brother, and thank you for making him happy. My life will be dim without my shining brother, but I'll carry him with me through my life to places new and old, and I know when I'm an old lady and I'm holding Taryn's hand, that my big brother is just around the bend, whistling a slow tune, waiting for his little sister and ready for that adventure. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Austin Harness, and I had the honor of having Cody as a friend for nearly 30 years. The privilege of standing next to him at his wedding, experiencing stages of life, from wandering through the woods as 5-year-olds without a care in the world, to regularly discussing the joys and challenges of fatherhood. Tough and fearless is two of the best ways to describe Cody as a kid. We spent a lot of time riding dirt bikes, rolling down hills and barrels, and his dad built this massive wooden ramp when we were riding small little 80cc dirt bikes. Tim knows exactly what I'm talking about. I saw that ramp, and I said, there's no way. I'm not launching off that thing. Up to the ramp, probably going faster than he should. He hits this massive, steeply sloped ramp, launches off of it, and his bike keeps going, and he fell off the back and landed elsewhere. He got up, brushed himself off, picked up the bike, and kept riding. That same toughness carried with him until he took his last breath. It's been really amazing to see the amount of support and recognition he and his family have received from the public and law enforcement community, most of whom did not know him personally. He would have wanted each person here today and everyone that has shown their support to know that they're appreciated. The law enforcement community is one of those few professions where the loss of one is felt by all. That has truly been demonstrated this past week with the presence of each officer here today, and especially to the motorcycle officers that have traveled in to escort him and his family in the rain and into the night. He would have wanted to be at the destination to shake each one of your hands and tell you thank you. Cody was not only a remarkable police officer, but more importantly, he was a loving husband and father. His greatest joy in life was his family. He poured his heart and soul into providing for them and ensuring their happiness and security. To his beloved wife, Danielle, and 2 children, know that Cody cherished you above all else. You were his greatest creation, his reason for being, and his source of strength and inspiration. Rest in peace, dear friend. Your courage and devotion will never be forgotten. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Matthew Ernest, one of Cody's dear friends. In 2010, I was returning from a deployment to find young Cody Allen. One of our good friends in common, Mike Riggett, had told Cody Allen that he was going to love me, we were going to get along great. I think it was basically our first interaction. He decided he hated me, and I didn't really think much of him. Everything that he did and how we did it was completely opposite of what I would do. Little did I know that that person would later become so important in my life. Some of those lifelong relationships don't happen very often. I just really thought that this one would last longer. It'd be Cody and I making fun of each other, smoking a cigar. Day in and day out, he served his family, his friends, and his community. He took his responsibilities very seriously. Cody was one of those cops that you wanted with you anytime there's a critical incident. He's extremely squared away, especially during a fight. There were several times that his old wrestling days they paid off. Cody envisioned a brighter future for himself and security for his family, which led him to apply to the Independence Police Department. Of course, whenever he left, he remained friends with everyone. Cody's that guy that he's everybody's buddy, and when he sees you, it's like he never left. As I took another career path, Cody kind of became my constant. If you knew Cody, you knew he had lots of good friends and he could never keep a secret. I knew every time I shared something with him, inevitably he was going to have a conversation with someone that said, hey, don't tell Matt, or don't tell Matt that I said this, right? I shared something with him, and it was eventually going to make it back to Jordan White or Austin or Kyle or somebody. Cody valued his family above all. We talked about him moving closer so our kids could spend time together. He could coach Cy in wrestling. He'd always revert back to, well, my mom and dad would have to come, and I don't think they're ever going to leave Odessa. His decision to move a shift or apply to a specialized unit, it always revolved around the kids. How long is my mom going to have to watch them? Am I going to get to see Danielle at night? Am I going to be able to help with bedtime? Cody was such an amazing father. and he was a role model to my kids. He attended some of my kids' baseball games and wrestling tournaments. If you follow him on social media, you knew that his kids meant the most to him. They really wanted him to enjoy his passions of mountain biking, wrestling, camping, someday backpacking. He didn't have a lot of faith that Brody was going to be a wrestler, but he's pretty confident that Adley can hold her own. He was excited whenever he went to the Odessa State tournament. I remember he sat with Martin Studdard and he said, "Man, I can't believe there's so many girls that are wrestling nowadays. This is awesome. Adley's going to love it." Cody was very forgiving and rarely held a grudge. If you made him mad, got him frustrated, you wronged him, given a little time, he'd forget about it and move to the future. I think that was one of his greatest qualities. It helped him remain loyal to his friends, his family, and especially Danielle. I think Cody would describe himself as just a guy doing his job. Sorry. What Cody did was an act that most people could never fathom, and that few achieve. In the truest definition of servant leadership, he sacrificed his life trying to save another. This act doesn't define Cody. These acts are a byproduct of Cody's character. Cody was a hero before he ever answered the call for service. And he'll remain a hero for time eternal. Thank you.
I'm Andrew Pennington. I didn't know Cody as Officer Cody, so I'm going to share some stories as just one of Cody's friends. I've known Cody my entire adult life. I met Cody the first class I attended at Blue River. I was talking to someone I knew from high school when the person sitting behind us decided to inject himself directly into our conversation. And within a few sentences, he managed to point out my love handles and said I could stand to hit the gym. I'm not sure if it was his brutal honesty or his slightly twisted sense of humor that meshed with mine, but by the end of that semester, Cody and I had started hanging out quite a bit. Fast forwarding into our mid-20s was probably the best time that I got to spend with Cody. For the better part of 2 years, on most Tuesdays, I'd load my dog Tucker up. I'd go over to Cody and Danielle's, where Tucker and Mox would play and Jules would govern the amount of fun they were allowed to have. Cody would have a workout plan ready, so we'd go downstairs to their gym where he'd kick my butt for a couple hours. Afterwards, when I was tired and the dogs were zonked, Cody and I would pour a little whiskey over ice. We were pretending to be bourbon connoisseurs, which turned into quite the bottle collection above their kitchen cabinets. Fast forwarding again, gets to an opportunity where I was able to help plan and host his bachelor party. And I know now might not be the best time to bring up a bachelor party, but if you take away the explosives, Cody's party was pretty tame. What his bachelor party did was paint a picture of either the kind of people that Cody surrounded himself with or the kind of character that it took to put up with him. That was a group of guys I'd be willing to hang out with any day. The next stop would be the wedding. It was an honor that Cody asked me to be one of his groomsmen. And as special as it was to share that moment with him and Danielle, looking back, something happened 2 months later that had a bigger impact on me personally. I was in a car accident that laid me up for a while. I couldn't drive or get around the house very well, and I could barely wash myself. But you'd be surprised what Cody could do with a loofah. Thank you for laughing at that. I was worried about that one. Cody never helped wash me. What Cody did do many times while I was laid up was he would get into his truck and drive an hour down to my house. He would spend 3 to 5 hours mowing and taking care of my property for me. He would drive an hour back home to use what time he had left on his day off to take care of his own stuff. Cody wasn't swimming in free time. He was enjoying his new marriage. He had a busy work schedule. And he had his own projects and property to take care of, but Cody never hesitated to sacrifice his own time to help a friend. The stories that I chose to tell today each pick out a characteristic that I loved about Cody. Cody was a talker. He didn't meet someone that stayed a stranger for very long. He was a healthy person to be around, and the more time I spent with Cody, the healthier I was, not only physically but mentally. He surrounded himself with good people, but most of all, he was absolutely selfless. This weekend, Cody had already passed, and I was sitting around my house trying to keep my mind off things when my phone rings. I see Danielle's name pop up, and I just freeze. I had reached out through text, but I hadn't had the chance to talk to her yet, and I didn't know what I was going to say. I pick up the phone, and I try my best to comfort her, but she stops me, and she says, "Andrew, I called to check up on you. I wanted to see how you're doing and how you're holding up." I was at a loss for words. Cody wasn't the only selfless person in their house. And the time that Cody got to walk this earth was made better the day that he met Danielle. And Danielle, I just want to thank you for being so good to my friend. I love you. I loved Cody. I will forever miss Cody, but I will never forget him. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kyle Nixdorf, dear friends with Cody Allen. Today, as we gather to honor life of Cody Ray Allen, I am reminded of the profound impact he had on me and everyone else around him. Cody and I first crossed paths during a high school football scrimmage between our neighboring towns of Odessa and Wellington. It didn't take long for us to hit it off. I was drawn to his confidence, yet he remained remarkably humble. He had a great sense of humor and an infectious laugh that I will never forget. We quickly became close friends, and our bond extended to each other's families. Even as life took us on different paths, our friendship remained steadfast. Cody's unwavering dedication to become a police officer was a testament to his character. His discipline was evident from the very beginning, and I always admired his commitment to reaching his goals. Cody was not just a friend, he was a devoted husband to Danielle, a loving father, a cherished son, and a heroic officer. His selflessness knew no bounds, and his moral compass was unwavering. The monumental moments of our lives that we shared together, from standing by each other's side as groomsmen at our weddings to welcoming our firstborns in the world within a month of each other, some might attribute them to destiny, but I firmly believe that a higher power guided our paths together. God's hand was unmistakably present in our friendship, weaving a bond that transcended mere chance. As my wife and I prepare to welcome our son to the world, I can only hope and pray to instill in him the same values of integrity, compassion, and service that defined Cody's life. In our grief, it is comforting to hold on to the belief that Cody is now in a better place, watching over us as a guardian angel. Though he may no longer be with us in the physical sense, his spirit lives on, guiding and protecting his loved ones from above.
Well, there's always been groups of people that never could see eye to eye. But I always thought if they ever had a chance to sit down and talk face to face, they might realize they got a lot in common. Well, I was sitting in a coffee shop, just having a cup to pass the time, swapping rodeo stories with this old cowboy friend of mine, when some motorcycle riders started snickering in the back and started poking fun at my friend's hat. And one old boy said, "Hey, Tex, where'd you park your horse?" My friend just pulled his hat down low, but they couldn't be ignored. One husky fella said, "I think I'll rip that hat right off your head." That's when my friend turned around, and this is what he said. "You ride a black tornado across the western sky, roping old blue norther and Bill get Timmy's dry. Bulldog the Mississippi, and its ears down flat, long before you take this cowboy's hat." Now, partner, this old hat's better left alone. See, it used to be my daddy's, but last year he passed on. My nephew skinned the rattler that makes up this old hat band, but back in '69 he died in Vietnam. Now the eagle feather was given to me by an Indian friend of mine, but someone ran him down somewhere around that Arizona line, and a real special lady gave me this hat pin, but I don't know if I'll ever see her again. You ride a black tornado across the western sky, roping old blue norther and Bill get Timmy's dry. Bulldog the Mississippi, and its ears down flat, long before you take this cowboy's hat. Now, if your leather jacket means to you what this hat means to me, then I guess we understand each other and we'll just let it be. But if you still think it's funny, man, you got my back up against the wall, and if you touch my hat, you're gonna have to fight us all. Well, right then I caught a little sadness in that gang leader's eyes, and he turned back to the others, and they all just kind of shuffled on outside. But when my friend turned back towards me, I noticed his old hat brim, well, it was turned up in a big old Texas grin. A black tornado across the western sky, roping old blue norther and Bill get Timmy's dry. Bulldog the Mississippi, and its ears down flat, long before you take this cowboy's hat.
Good afternoon. I'm Jason Peterson, Deputy Chief, Independence Police Department. I would have put even money on whether I was going to ugly cry before we're done with this, but the odds are getting worse. We'll get through it together. It might sound like I'm copying off someone else's paper here, but I got to talk about Cody's smile. It was almost always the first thing you noticed about him, and frequently it was accompanied by a little giggle while he was looking at his phone. He'd wave at you from across the parking lot. "Hey, come here, check this out." He'd offer his phone and you'd see video of Brody tearing around on two wheels, or Adley taking a couple unsteady steps with Danielle behind her. If you ever monitored Cody's social media, you knew without a doubt how much he loved his family. He also loved mountain biking, camping, and taking on new challenges. We first met at annual block training in Independence when we stole him from Grandview. He recognized me as the sergeant over the accident investigation unit, introduced himself, and expressed an interest in crash and DWI investigation. When he was eligible to apply for a specialized unit, he made it to AIU and immediately started putting in work. He bonded quickly with the other officers, and we became friends. Cody had a saying that may have originated during our assignment to the carnival at Santa Caligon Days in 2019. Sometimes you get to make a McChicken. I got to explain that one. When folks would complain about repetitive or mundane parts of the job, Cody would just say that. You spend all day, every day, making cheeseburgers, just making cheeseburgers, more cheeseburgers. But then sometimes you get to make a McChicken. For those of you who have ever worked the carnival, yes, that saying did make the board. That was Cody at his core, though. Even though sometimes he could be a grumpy garden gnome, he noticed that a simple change in assignment or interest in call could be just one of the seemingly insignificant positives that surround us every day. I'll never forget the first time I saw Ginger Billy on YouTube. I had to find Cody and ask if he had something he needed to tell us about. At first glance, they appear to be twins. Every so often over the next few weeks, I would ask him if he was dropping a new video or how his Tesla Cybertruck was coming along. He leaned into that back and forth banner, and I think he may have even gotten some project ideas. Cody loved to talk about chicken coops, home projects, northern Arkansas, welding, overlanding, which is apparently code for camping that requires a vehicle with a snorkel and 37-inch tires, and most of all, his family and friends. I don't have the words or time to fully introduce you to Cody Allen and all the good that he was. There is a Cody Allen-sized hole in us today, in the Independence Police Department, especially his family and the community, even if you don't know it. He will be missed. I would like to issue a challenge to all of my brothers and sisters out here. Be a little more like Cody. Recognize the good as it comes. If you will humor me for a moment, I'd like to read something Cody wrote in his line of duty death packet. This is something every IPD officer completes with the hope that it will never be needed, but the knowledge that the danger is always there. In this packet, the officer dictates how they want their services handled in case of a duty-related death. I hope you hear his voice in these words. Cody wrote in part, "I want my funeral to be a law enforcement funeral. I do not need or want a bunch of command staff members to talk on and on about me." Jason Peterson is the DC at this time. I consider him a friend, and I would like him to talk. If he is retired, then I'm sure he will still come back for my funeral and take care of this. Chief Dustman can also speak, but I want to make sure my family has their opportunity. Well, I would rather be anywhere else right now. I call it high praise indeed that Cody Allen considered me his friend. Cody, rest easy, brother. We have the watch from here.
My name is Roger Lane, and over the last year plus, I was one of Cody's first-line supervisors on B-Watch. The last 2 months as his frontline, first-line supervisor. This job comes with many ups and downs, but supervising Cody was definitely one of those ups. I witnessed his energy every morning that helped start everyone's day. Seeing his massive lunch cooler sitting in his seat when I got to work, knowing Cody was in the weight room doing his thing. Knowing that any important details that we as supervisors needed to discuss during our morning shift briefings needed to be done immediately because someone would say something that would set off the rant. I always knew when the workday was going to be fun as I turned the corner into the shift briefing room and heard that distinct voice already fired up and telling stories. I remember recently another officer initiated a vehicle pursuit that ended up heading eastbound on I-70. Cody was the closest unit and ended up becoming secondary and calling the chase. When I joined as the supervisor, I got to sit back and watch a grown man and a younger officer handle the chase like it was their 1,000th pursuit. Cody loved doing what he called cop work. As the suspect began driving around the old Odessa outlet mall and eventually fled on foot where Cody and Officer Cochran apprehended him, I reviewed the dash cam to do my supervisor review, and I couldn't help but notice Cody let out a scream, either in joy or pain, as he chased the suspect down to apprehend him. When I asked Cody about the squeal, he told me the small child in me came out, and when I tackled him, I may have let out a celebratory whoop. He called it his battle cry. Nope, that was just Cody. Fast forward to a couple weeks ago, he was on perimeter of another car chase with suspect on foot in the woods. Somehow Cody managed to fall over a fence and injure his tricep. The next day, which was a day off for us, he texted me and told me he was switching to whiskey tonight because 12-ounce curls were hurting his arm. Our next work day consisted of his rant about teaching everyone how to properly do field searches. I would later ask him if he wanted me to teach him how to climb over a fence. He politely declined, telling me his method was mostly effective. We're all here today to celebrate Cody as a hero. The way he responded last week was nothing short of heroic. But I can't help but think of him as a hero because of how he lived. I preach at work family first, meaning take care of your family because you can't take care of yourself or your family. You can't take care of others without taking care of yourself first. When he recently returned from his boys' trip, he was telling me I told him he should make that a regular thing. The thoughts of boys' weekend trips excited him. Cody was full of life, energetic, always helpful, and very, very honest. While he may be gone, he will never be forgotten. We are all better humans because he was part of our lives. Cody, my life is better because you were in it. We love you, brother.
It's going to be tough. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming. I first met Cody when he was working in patrol, and I always thought he was a squared away officer just by watching him how he did his calls. Cody then got transferred, went to the part-time SWAT team. I was able to meet with him, talk to him, get to know him a little bit better. But it wasn't until we both got to AIU together. And we all know when you go to AIU, you see a lot of bad things. And we got to bond a lot better. But during that time, DC Peterson probably stole my one good liner. It was very noticeable that when Cody would get frustrated, we'd have a busy day, it could be a Friday, sunny, 65 degrees, 4 o'clock. Somehow everybody on I-70 eastbound will crash. Don't know how, but it just does. And you'd have one of those days, Cody'd come in after having 3 or 4 crash reports. They're simple, but they're just, simple crash reports, fender benders. He'd come in, he'd be frustrated. He'd say, yeah. I'd ask him how he's doing. He goes, yeah, just got a McChicken. He goes, don't worry, when this one's done, I'll have 2 more waiting for me, 2 more McChickens. So I said, okay. So from then on, crashes were McChickens. Cody was always trying to do better. He always tried to make sure his family, everybody did better. He was very well felt well versed with his money. He didn't ever wanted to be want for it. So during that time, and I think maybe the last couple of years of police work with, this George Floyd, all this other stuff going on, he got kind of a little frustrated and thought maybe he wanted to go do something else. So Cody decided to go to Evergy. He wanted to go to Evergy, and he saw the big bill and how much money he can make, stuff like that. Wanted to be a lineman. So he decided to do that. Went there. He said if he didn't try it, he didn't know if he could live with himself because he always wanted to try it. So he did. And he said, if I don't like it, I can always come back to the police department and make more McChickens. I said, fair. When he did leave, several of us, we missed him. When you lose a hard, good, squared away officer that is honest, his integrity, you don't get those all the time. It's very nice to have somebody you can rely on. So a lot of us got sad. I still talk to him when he went to Evergy. I talked to him on the phone. All the time he'd talk, and at first you could tell he was happy because he's doing something different. He's learning. He always liked to learn new things. Like DC said, he liked to tinker in his garage. He'd sit there and drink his Busch Light. That was his choice of beer. And he always liked learning. He always craved knowledge. Cody had been gone for approximately a year before he decided to come back to the police department. And throughout that year, there's probably 100 of us that came in here or that would probably talk to him and say, hey, when are you coming back? Hey, come on back. Sure enough, he came back. I think one of the main reasons why he came back, honestly, I think it was because he missed the camaraderie of his friends and the police culture. This is where he was. This is where he should have been. That's where he came back to. He was a great officer, great friend. Cody didn't like long-winded speeches unless it was one of his daily briefing rants. Everybody knows. He had him in AIU. McChickens. He loved his family. He was born to do police work. Once again, he also liked his Busch Light beer. You couldn't ask for a better man or officer when you needed backup or someone just to talk to. He was an excellent source for policing and an even better mentor for new recruits. He was always honest with you, whether you liked it or not. Cody was easy to talk, as long as you didn't piss him off. He was the best of friends and the worst of enemies. I think I talked to Cody more on the phone than my wife. She would even make comments whenever he called, like, who is that, your boyfriend? We always discussed what we were going to cook for dinner because neither of our wives cooked. I'll cook for you later, sweetie. Mine works the microwave pretty good, but... Oh. All right. Not too long ago, Cody and his family went on a vacation at Disney World. And I remember telling him and warned him It's not the happiest place on earth. And they don't sell beer at the Magic Kingdom. Danielle, he bragged about your accomplishments, what a great nurse you are, plans for the future, and a blush boot camp you had committed to. Not a day went by that he was not working toward being a better husband and pursuing your marriage. He loved you without question. Brody and Adley, you were your father's heart and light in his eyes. Watching the changes in him as you come into his life, and it was incredible. God, he loved those kids. He cannot wait to tell us where you were coming, about your first steps, or how advanced you were with potty training and your latest achievements and developments as he's grown up. Nothing brought a smile to his face like being your father. And every close friend of Cody has some sort of video of both of you. Tim and Loretta, your son was proud of his family, his small town raising in Odessa, and the examples you set in your marriage of working through anything and relying on each other. I cannot count on the times that he commented on his childhood and the standard you set for parenting. He was always grateful of both of you for being there to help out with Brody and Adley. He couldn't say that enough. Okay. Cody was a case study in the pursuit of excellence and integrity. Only the true bravery is shown in the face of impending death. There is no time to think of being brave. Either you are or you're not. That's when you find out if you're built for it. Cody was. His actions that day showed you exactly the person he was. A true warrior. Cody, I will miss you, and I love you like a little brother. Thank you.
I'm Mark Law from Boise, officer with the Independence Police Department. I'm from B-Watch. I was assigned to B-Watch with Cody. He was Sector 30 and I was 20 Sector. And this is what I wrote for Cody. I wrote after he was killed. And I wrote it. I'm going to try not to cry up here today. I wrote it in respect for Cody and to honor his memory. So I'll just get started. Cody came back to Independence after leaving to pursue a career in the private sector to provide for his family and, very frankly, for a safer work environment. But Cody came back to Independence Police because he was a cop to his core. Cody brought a special gift to work every day. We called these his morning ritual rants on things he had highlighted as important topics to discuss. Many of these discussions were rather colorful, to say the least. Many of us would pour gasoline on the fire to get Cody even more fired up. Cody was the type of person who had to make his point and voice be heard. He made his points as crystal clear to you. Sorry, I lost my place there for a minute. He made his points crystal clear to you with an emphasis on Cody being right, and the other emphasis was on we needed to all do better each day, no matter the topic of discussion. I enjoyed sitting behind Cody, making notes of his rants and plotting the memes we would make that day and catchphrases that would be used throughout the day to poke at Cody and create epic memes with Cody's intense looks in those memes. I can tell you it was a pleasure going on calls with Cody and seeing his face when Jason and I would pull up. Cody knew why we were there, and it was to pour jet fuel onto his sparkling personality. Cody was the victim of countless pranks and memes, but rest assured, Cody kept track of every prank and made a list for the following day where he would air his grievances to those who had violated the Cody Code of Conduct. Cody knew when my patrol car entered his sector down to the second. He knew how long I was in his vicinity, and he knew if you were eating at a restaurant in his sector. He kept track of your time in his area and documented it. He was very good at making sure you knew he took a report in your sector and that it was documented into the Cody grievance list. Recently, Cody was involved in a car chase involving a stolen auto. Jason and I responded to an intersection in the pursuit's path. Just as we arrived in the intersection, we observed the suspect drive through the intersection at a high rate of speed. Then the pursuing unit, but the secondary unit, Cody, was apparently on horseback or driving a 1975 Ford Pinto. We joined the pursuit and announced we were now secondary in the pursuit. At that moment, you could have heard a pin drop as Cody got on the radio and advised that he was secondary. We immediately corrected him, which prompted a message on our MDT that we had cut him off in the car chase. We both looked at each other and giggled and said, "He must be driving a turtle today." Eventually, the pursuit ended and the suspect was captured. We both knew Cody would add this to his grievance list. Later that evening in a group text, Cody conceded that he was wrong, that we didn't cut him off in the pursuit. We both knew immediately something was wrong because Cody never conceded an argument without a heated discussion regarding his points. One of many stories that I shared with Cody. Cody was a beloved member of B-Watch. We all knew Cody had our backs, and we knew he would always do his very best. Cody was passionate about his job as a police officer, and he demanded perfection from himself and others around him. Cody was the person you wanted showing up when you called 911 for help. Cody was exactly what a policeman should be. I think Cody knew we all respected and loved him for his unique opinions and passion for being a police officer. Cody did everything as a police officer the way you're supposed to do them. Without question, he represented the profession to the highest standards. I can assure you, Cody gave 100% on that call for help. He responded to on Thursday. We all would have done what Cody did to save a life and render aid to a hurt human being. Cody made the ultimate sacrifice, and this world is a better place because Cody answered that call for help. When I arrived on scene last Thursday, I knew Cody was hurt, and I knew he expected all of us to be our very best, to save lives and protect people. I hope he knows we all did our best for him. I hope the community knows that Cody never quit fighting the good fight. He was a true warrior and a true example to all of us on how we should carry ourselves as police officers and human beings. Cody loved his kids and his family. Cody set the bar for what a hero looks like. He lived it every day and he walked the walk. I'm sure he's upstairs right now debating wing size and where he's going to be patrolling in heaven. I'm also sure he arrived with a list of grievances for God as well. I'll have a Busch Light beer for you, Cody, because that was your favorite. I'll never forget your smile and your childish giggling every time we talked and played jokes on each other. I'll let you take secondary from now on in any of my pursuits in the future. Just watch over us as we carry on and honor your memory. I'll finish up with what I wrote this morning for Cody. I heard Cody's father say that Cody wanted to be Batman when he was a little boy. Then he wanted to be a police officer. I'd say he accomplished both his dreams. I'll read you some quotes from The Dark Knight. I just can't take it. I mean, nobody will ever know who it was who saved an entire city. They know who it was. It was the Batman. It was Cody. A hero can be anyone, even a man doing something as simple, as reassuring as putting a coat around a young boy's shoulders to let him know that the world hadn't ended. Cody lived his life as a hero. Danielle, your husband's a hero. Thank you for loaning us to spend time with your husband.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Cole. I'm by far the last person that should probably be up here speaking, so just bear with me here. First, I want to thank the Allen family for giving me the honor to speak about a man that many, if not all in this room, knew and loved so dearly. I've been struggling to find the words to say to you today. Seems no matter what I write, the words I come up with just don't seem to give Cody the respect and the justice that he deserves. Cody was the real deal. He was genuine, compassionate, funny, someone that never gave up, and as everybody else said, always had a smile on his face. He was always the first to put himself in danger to protect the innocent from the wicked. He faced the devil every day at work, looked him in the eyes, and said, "Not on my watch." Cody was not only a fellow officer and friend, but he was considered family by so many others. During our police academy class, we were partners nearly the whole time. And one of the things I remember the most was going on our lunch breaks. We would go to my mom and dad's house. When he'd walk in the house, help himself to the cabinets, make himself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Take a big bite, and all he would say is, "This academy is making me fat." And if anybody knew Cody, he was far from that. That guy was as fit as could be and never failed to remind me of it. I feel honored to have known and served with him, and grateful that I have so many good memories that include him. Cody died doing what heroes do. He selflessly put his own life at risk to save another. Being a police officer is a calling, and one that Cody fulfilled every day. He wanted to make a change, and that's exactly what he did. He touched so many lives, not only in this room, but out in the community as well. And while we have shed a lot of tears this week, feel broken, hurt, sad, and even mad, we have to believe that God called his warrior home for a reason. The Webster Dictionary defines a hero as a man of distinguished courage or ability, admired for his brave deeds and noble qualities. That is not only the Webster's definition of a hero, but a true definition of Cody and his character. I don't know how you end a speech about a hero, so I'll just finish by saying this. I will see you later, brother. We have the watch from here.
Rest easy and enjoy all the peace God has given you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Craig Jernigan.
I'm Ken Gibson. We both had the honor and the privilege to call Cody our friend. We're going to read you the police officer's prayer. Another day, Lord, to do my work. I'm sure of what lies ahead. It may hold the chance to help those in need. That would be my desire. I pray that you will empower me to be a peacemaker to all that I come in contact with. To the helpless, may I be a helper. To the distressed, may I be a comfort.
To those who plan evil, may I be the deterrent. And to those who have carried out their plans, may I be a sword of justice, so they will no longer prey on the weak and the hurting. I humbly ask that you surround me with your angels and a wall of fire for protection. And if, in the course of your plan, I find this to be my last day, the concern of my life is that you would be the father to my children and the provider to my wife. In Jesus' name. Amen. Cody, I love you and I miss you, brother. Rest in peace.
Standing on the mountain.
Well, you got a glimpse into Cody's life. Hope you were inspired, encouraged, moved to take your lives a step higher. I know I was. To take your career higher, your relationship with your children higher, your relationship with your spouse higher. You've heard that Cody was a man of action. He was an adventurer. He was an avid outdoorsman, a planner, a protector, a hero. A hero who did not hesitate when he was called into action. To fight the threat that he faced in order to save a life of someone he did not know. Cody's sermon has already been preached. It was preached by the people that worked with him, by the men that loved him, by the parents that raised him, by the wife who accepted him. Cody's sermon was one of love and dedication and living life to the full. In John chapter 15, verse 12, Jesus commands his believers to love each other as I have loved you. He goes on in verse 13, he says, greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friend. I have no doubt that every officer in here would have done the same thing if you encountered Cody in trouble. You would rush to his aid. You would have done anything you could to help him. I have no doubt. The other officers that you talked to and you heard from today, they would have laid down their lives for him in a moment. So we're always asking, what if? Why Cody? Why now? Why him? What could have been different? Here's one thing you can never doubt, that you are and will always be where you're supposed to be, when you're supposed to be there. Don't ever doubt that. As much as Cody is loved and cared for by everyone in here, God loves him even more. God has known Cody since he was in his mother's womb. He knew all of Cody's years on this earth even before they were lived out. Now it's in God's hands that we commend Cody. Cody's sermon, Cody's message of life has already been preached. You know what? Just because we train to go home at the end of the day, and we know that not everyone will, just because Cody didn't come home doesn't mean he wasn't victorious. Just because Cody didn't go to his family at the end of his shift doesn't mean he didn't gain the victory, because he did. Cody gained more victories than you and I will ever know about. His life, his actions that day, the day before, and the day before that should inspire us all. I pray you're inspired by his life. Cody answered a call, a very special call that not everyone gets. Not everyone can answer that call. Not everyone can put that uniform on and put the badge on. Not everyone gets that call. A very special man got a call and he answered it more than once. As we close out today, I want to share this scripture with you. I want you to take it to heart. And then we'll end in a prayer. But the prayer is designed to encourage you, not to bring tears to your eyes, not to make you ask why, but to encourage you to remember Cody, to remember his life, and to remember your calling. Psalms 121 says, I lift up my eyes to the mountains. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. He will not let your foot slip. He watches over you when you slumber. Indeed, he watches over Israel, and he will never, ever slumber nor sleep. The Lord watches over you. The Lord will keep you from harm. He will always, always watch over your lives. And every morning, you can hear a voice in your ear saying, I love you, I love you, I love you. The voice of God will always say, I love you. Do your best. Let us pray. Almighty God, you are the source of our life and breath. Father of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who gave himself that we might have eternal life. We give thanks for Officer Cody Ray Allen, who finished his course. Today we remember Jesus' victory over death and his promise that because he lives, we also have the hope of life eternal. May your grace, your peace, and your mercy be ours today, O Lord, and forevermore. Amen. The funeral director will come forth with some directions for us all after the song.
You have been watching the funeral service for Independence Police Officer Cody Allen. This morning/afternoon, we have heard from multiple of his law enforcement brothers, those who were above him, those who worked alongside him. We also heard from many of his friends who painted a picture of who Officer Allen was. Right now, the service is going to be wrapping up. This is going to take a little bit of time to actually get everybody out of the church. This is happening at Community of Christ. That's in Independence, the auditorium there. Once outside, folks then will begin the procession. And that procession is also going to take quite a bit of time because they are going to be traveling all the way to Odessa. That's actually the hometown of Officer Allen. It'll be his final resting place there. We're going to be carrying the procession for you the whole way through. And outside, actually, of these different locations, we've got Grandview Police, because that's also a place where he served. We've also got, obviously, the Independence Police Department and other law enforcement partners. But also, Officer Allen was in the private sector for a little bit, so he was a lineman. There's also some linemen that are outside. I've actually seen some pictures on social media already of that. You can see right here that procession now moving and going to start here in a little bit once everybody actually makes it out and into the vehicles.
Yeah, this is Community of Christ Auditorium, a beautiful, moving service, 2 hours, much longer than what we anticipated. But if you've been here these last few hours, you know that the folks that had the chance to know and love on Officer Allen, he made a huge impact. What we heard time and time again throughout this service is that for a lot of these folks, there is a Cody-sized hole in their heart because this is that's just what he meant to them and the impact he had on them. I think, you know.
And in a light moment when they said that, because they said he actually wasn't really tall in stature, isn't what they were talking about, but just the person that he was. They said, you know, he just seemed like a go-getter. He seemed like a playful spirit. And obviously that's the magnitude of the impact that they're talking about when they talk about how much they're going to be missing him.
Yeah, Chief Adam Dustman really set the tone and was very emotional, speaking as if he was speaking to Officer Allen, telling him, you threw me a curveball, buddy, going on to say that this department has been trying to heal since the last death of an officer back in 2021.
Yes, Blaze Madrid Evans.
Exactly, and he's saying that that they are broken. They were still trying to heal. But what I thought was really beautiful throughout the service, we kept hearing about Officer Allen's family. His wife in particular, Danielle, who they've been married for 14 years, shared 2 children. I thought it was really beautiful. Here she has lost her husband, her best friend, her children's father. And in the midst of her grief, she is there consoling so many in this department, being there for them. The chief saying that her strength throughout all of this has been incredible. And it's her, his wife, Officer Allen's wife, Danielle, who has gotten this department to start to heal. But we know that healing process will take many, many, many years.
And obviously the officers right here lining up to greet everybody as they're coming out of the church community of Christ. And just to paint you a picture of the funeral procession, we know that people are going to be lined up outside the Independence Police Department. That's one of the places where this procession is going to be going. So that's one of the first stops. So from the auditorium, it's going to proceed east right there on Walnut Street to Memorial Drive. And then it'll go on Little Blue Parkway to I-70. That's one of the longest stretches to all the way to Odessa, the Odessa Cemetery, and we'll bring you that coverage right here as well. Right now, we do want to go to Joe Hennessy, Grace Smith. They are right there just outside of the service. Guys, what a moving service. Obviously, that auditorium looked packed. I can only imagine the law enforcement that's going to be now coming outside, friends and family as well.
Yes, they're going to be out here. They're making their way slowly. It's just been an emotional scene all morning, right, Grace?
Yeah, Joe, it really has, and you can kind of feel it out here now. It's very somber as people start to make their way out of what was just a very emotional service as we all watch. You know, just hearing his friends and family talk about how he was a superhero in the community, but in their own lives truly was touching. And, you know, I loved when he said, you know, one of his friends said that he was the officer that you wanted that would show up when you made that 911 call. And I thought that was very touching and moving, just to show his character, both, you know, in the line of duty, but at home as well, was truly tremendous. Every part of that service really spoke to who he was, and the officer in person he was amazing.
Yeah, and that sentiment continued when this first broke, that people found out who it was, and everybody, of course, saying he was just doing his job. And that sentiment continued here where they were saying, you know, he was someone that always wanted to be on top of things, always wanted to be in the know, always wanted to do things the right way. It's just unfortunate that this time he was doing something the right way, he loses his life. And I think the big thing you hit on, the comic book characters and saying he was Superman and saying he was Batman, you know, that's who he was when he was a young kid, and he knew he wanted to keep that good spirit and being a good person to a lot of people and someone that they can look up to alive. It's just very unfortunate that he lost his life so soon. And I think it was really interesting to see his friends share outside stories, like you were saying, showing more about his personality, talking about, you know, having a few adult beverages and then cooking and things like that, and just talking about who he was outside of work. We know he was a great officer. It was really interesting to learn more about the personal side of him.
Yeah, that's so true. And his parents, when they got up and spoke, that really just was fascinating, you know, to hear that, you know, from when he was a little boy, he was always extreme, you know, just laying it all on the line from when he was a little boy. And that's exactly what he did, tragically, on Thursday. And so just his father's testament to him really spoke volumes to me. And it's very tragic. And you can just feel that energy out here now as people are getting, you know, ready for this procession.
Well, and they said too, you know, this whole ceremony was going to be about an hour. And a lot of those individuals that went up there said, you know, I'm not going to talk that much. I really don't have that much to say. 2 hours later, here we are. So it really shows that I think a lot of people, once they started to talk about him and the memories keep coming up and talking about the family and talking about the kids and talking about his parents, and that just enough can't be said about someone in that moment. They had that hour time constraint that they wanted to stay under, but the more they talked, the more they shared, the more things opened up. We got to learn just so much more about this man and what he was about, and unfortunately, again, losing his life doing his job. Simply as that.
Yeah, and I did note, you know, hearing his father say that he did not suffer, I thought, you know, was tremendous to hear, because, you know, no one wants to hear that someone doing their job in the line of duty suffered, obviously. But yeah, and it was just a emotional service, and you know, now we're starting to see more people trickle out and join, so we'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, I think both of you just made some incredible points, you know, from those stories to just like the beautiful sentiment that was throughout this whole service. And it did go long because people had so many wonderful stories to share about Officer Allen. We actually want to take you back outside. This is where people are coming out at the Community of Christ Church, right there at the auditorium where those services were held. And we also want to show you actually at the beginning when this all started.
Yeah, this is VO from earlier as officers headed into the funeral moments before things got underway. You can see the support in massive numbers, everyone there to support and honor Allen and his family. We also want to share some of the moments from the funeral. Here's the chief speaking on the impact of Cody's death moving forward.
We have a very long road ahead. It will be bumpy, and we will stumble along the way, but as long as we continue to pick each other up and put one foot in front of the other, I promise you today, I will be right by your side, and we will find a way forward together.
A lot of emotion there, but even the chaplain said tears of cleansing. That's what they were feeling today. And that entire service that we were showing you today, just beautifully put together. One of the hardest moments, though, actually came when we actually got to see the chief officially relieve Cody Allen from duty.
Independence Police Officer Cody Allen, you are eternally relieved from duty. You have served with honor and integrity. Rest easy, brother. We have the watch from here.
You know, Carolyn, as we were watching this, I think that was one moment that really got me. You know, to hear the chief, and this is a chief who has been heartbroken now twice in the last recent years, and we heard it a week ago when he spoke outside of Center Point, when he had to break the news that Officer Allen had died, and then to hear him again today. But you know, he made a promise to Officer Allen. One, he told him that he is forever his hero, but he also said, we're going to take care of your family. We'll take it from here. Because what we heard so many times throughout this service today is how much of a family man Officer Allen was, and how much his wife and 2 children meant to him, and how they served as inspiration and how he lived his day-to-day life.
Yeah, and it seemed like a lot of his friends made him his friend. Like they saw him and they said, I want to be friends with this guy.
Right.
Yeah. Well, as we mentioned, once that procession begins, it's going to be pausing right in front of Independence Police Headquarters. That's the place that Allen would walk into every single morning to protect and serve. And this is just such a poignant moment right here. The officers walking by the casket before it's escorted out of the building, Community of the Christ Church.
Yeah, you see the officers saluting the casket there as we await for it to be taken from the church, loaded into a hearse, and then a processional will proceed through Independence down to Odessa, where Officer Allen grew up, where his family lived. You know, hearing from his mom and dad today, his father said Officer Allen had been special his whole life. From an early age, I remember the story he told about what his mother, Loretta, was checking his temperature with a thermometer, and it broke, and the mercury got into his mouth, and his father joking that I knew it was then he was a superhero, and obviously he carried that fierceness, that toughness into adulthood, becoming a police officer.
Saying that he always wanted to be a police officer. That, I think, is incredible, because he tried to leave the force for a little bit to be a lineman, but he said that in his mind, Allen always said, I think I need to go back.
Yeah,
and he did. He went back to Independence Police, said, I wonder if they'll take me back, which I'm sure the officers there said, of course we want you back. He went back 2 years ago.
Yeah, he acknowledged he acknowledged that I messed up here, and he was hoping that IPD would take him back, and of course they took him back. And was also hearing from his mother. I got it. The strength of both of these parents throughout the last week. They really alluded to the fact that what's gotten them through this last week, and really what's getting him through this hard time, has been the outpouring of love and support from the community. His mom, though, acknowledging that, once this all ends, the funeral, the procession, and they're back at home with themselves and the thoughts, that's when they'll break. But right now, they appreciate the love and support and the care from this community right now.
And obviously, all of these brothers and sisters in blue know the sacrifice that it takes just day to day, and saying that this is the ultimate sacrifice. But they even said he has so much more to give, just so much more to do. That's what the chaplain said right off the top. And even though we did see some somber moments, some sad moments, and there were tears shed, there were also so many light moments, a lot of smiling, and that's just part of the healing process. That's what the chaplain said. We need to smile, and that's what they did today. They did share some really, really sweet stories, and I think made Officer Cody Allen personable, because we all know somebody who's perhaps our friend, who's that tough cookie, or who's a little bit more spontaneous. They even said something like, he loved peanut butter. He would eat it every single day when he was little. And that's something that I think we can all associate with, even if we didn't know Officer Allen.
He loved that peanut butter, and then into adulthood, it grew into him
protein
eating
shakes.
Clean, and he would, jab at his friend. He had the one friend who said their first interaction was him jabbing at his love handles, and he didn't think that they were going to like each other, but he turned out to be one of his greatest friends. That friend, of course, speaking today at his funeral services, 35 years old, gone much too soon, doing the job that he loved. Officer Allen, you can just tell how much he was loved and will be missed by this community. As we take a look at the scene outside of Community of Christ Auditorium, where you just saw those pictures moments ago, officers continue to salute the casket and make their way outside.
A lot of friends, a lot of family, right there outside of Community of Christ Church. We also, though, want to take you out live to the Independence Police Department. That's actually where we have our Samantha Boring, who has been following this story since it even broke last Thursday. Samantha.
Hey, Carolina, Zach. Yeah, we're here at the Independence Police Department headquarters, where there has been a small crowd of people gathering for the last hour to hour and a half, waiting for the procession to come by here. We even have Independence Power and Light down here. As you can see, they set up their trucks. There's an American flag hanging down there at the end. They're expecting the procession to drive right underneath that. And then also, they're going to make a stop right in front of the police department. Also around the hill over here, we do have one of the fire trucks from Independence Police Department, or Independence Fire Department, set up. And further down the hill, MoDOT is set up with a lot of their snow plows and snow trucks ready to go with American flags on there. A lot of people we talked with saying they're just here to pay their respects to Officer Cody Allen. We even talked with some retired Independence police officers who served on the force for many years, and they said this is what you do. You come and you pay your respects and show that you are honoring them and their family, and they're all just now waiting for this procession to stop by here, of course, and make that stop before he gets to his final resting place. Zach, Carolina.
Thank you so much, Samantha. And we saw the officers there, the linemen. That's actually also what he was doing. He served as a lineman before he went back to the Independence.
For just 1 year.
Yeah.
Which goes to show you the impact in that short amount of time he had on folks in that profession.
Yeah,
But,
just seemed to have that spirit, that personality.
Absolutely.
And we know that one of the places where they're going to be making a stop along this procession all the way to Odessa is actually at Center Point. That is where we find Nijah Hood. This is the place where they actually tried those life-saving measures for Officer Allen. So they want to pay tribute and make a brief stop right there, Nijah.
Right. Well, guys, it is certainly a very somber day here in the city of Independence. We are right here, as you mentioned, outside of Center Point Medical Center. We're expecting police to make their way up in this direction along East 39th Street, and then they're going to be coming through here. We expect for them to take a little bit of a beat and a pause. Up to my left-hand side, you could see that there is an American flag hanging along two fire trucks, and so we're expecting that's where they're going to stop. As you mentioned, Carolina, this particular location holds a very special meaning because this is where Officer Allen received some attempts to save his life right after he was shot. Doctors and medical staff here worked tirelessly to try to save his life. And so today they're definitely going to plan to honor that as this procession gets underway. And so we will definitely take you there as soon as this gets going. In Independence, Nijah Hood, KCTV 5.
Yeah, just a very somber scene just a week ago where we saw all of those motorcycles there at the hospital to carry Officer Allen's body to the morgue. If you are now just joining us, we do want to make sure you hear some of the emotional moments from the service honoring Officer Cody Allen, who was killed in the line of duty. His service at Christ Community Church, his police chief, took time to speak to several people, including Cody's parents, his kids, and even Cody himself.
What I would give to see you smiling here today. You will forever be my hero. Your service, your sacrifice, and the example you set for others will be the foundation of your legacy. You will never be forgotten.
And the police chief also made a promise during that service that he's going to make sure that he's there for Officer Cody Allen's family. His parents were there, both filled with emotion. We heard from them too. They were brought to tears at several points. His father offered some words to actually on his son, speaking about his childhood and fulfilling one of his dreams, which was to become an officer.
I always thought that he got his strength when he was little because she was taking his temperature and he bit the thermometer and the mercury went in his mouth, so that made him a superhero. I mean, from a young age, he always knew he was going to be a police officer. Just because he knew he was going to help people, because he was our Superman.
And we knew we were going to hear from Tim Allen, his father. He's a very outspoken man. But then there was a moment where his mom kind of stepped up too. Loretta, she also offered a few words on Cody.
And Cody was amazing, and I'm his mom, so yeah, I'm gonna say that, but I know now he was amazing because of all of you.
How beautiful is that?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, moms obviously think that their kid is the best kid in the world, but to her, I think all of this has just confirmed how amazing her son was. And to see him as, you know, a 35-year-old dad now, husband, and to say he was a really great friend to a lot of people.
Yeah, and as we continue to look at live pictures outside of Christ Community Church, we will continue to stay with this service through the processional, which is expected to take anywhere from 40 to 60 minutes. It's at least driving time. That's what we anticipate. It's about 30 miles from where we are here at Christ Community Church to the cemetery in Odessa, where Officer Allen will be laid to rest. We want to get out to our Grace Smith and Joe Hennessy, who are live there at the church.
You guys, are you starting to see kind of the trickle of people stopping, and it seems like we're kind of getting ready for the casket to come out?
Yes, people are making their way to hear, and honestly, not a lot of words are being spoken as they're walking out of this church. Everyone is just kind of making a straight beeline to where everyone is standing, and just kind of standing there, in silence, giving their respects after just an emotional funeral, for sure.
And it's really unfortunate that we've covered a handful of these now. So everyone kind of knowing how this goes, everyone standing outside in the grass, they're waiting for the next step. As you can see kind of behind us, the door is opened up to the car, obviously where Cody Allen will be, his body will be put into, and make our way through the procession, and he will make his way to Odessa. But yeah, not a lot of talking right here, right now. Pretty quiet, pretty somber, everybody knowing the moment, respecting the life that was Cody Allen, and like you were saying, speaking so much about him, and obviously running those brief moments from there, hearing from different family members and things like that. And I think something that was interesting I took from was from the chaplain that ran this entire thing, that was kind of the head of it all, saying in the beginning, early on, there are going to be moments that are going to be sad, there's going to be moments that are going to be happy. It's okay to cry today. So right now, here we are outside waiting for this next step. Again, the line piling up, people waiting for Officer Allen. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, rightfully so. There's quiet, calm stillness as we take a look inside the church, where we continue to see officers salute the casket there, holding the body of Officer Cody Allen. One thing that I thought was interesting during the service, it was Deputy Chief Jason Peterson. He spoke about how these officers, when they take the oath, they also sign how they want their funerals to go, which was, I didn't realize that. But he said that he didn't want.
I think that just shows the magnitude of what they're signing up for. Obviously, these officers expect to go home every single night when they're on the job, but they know the risk that they take every day, and they are so more than willing to take that on. Right now, we're actually looking live into the ceremony. Right now, all that's really left inside of the community of Christ Church is that close-knit family and friends. This is, we are seeing, they've removed the flags once again. They're getting ready to actually hand those flags over to the family. There's 3 of them. So I would assume it'd be the wife and the parents that are going to be receiving, or the children that may be receiving that. Let's just sit on this moment for a minute, just because it is really beautiful and it is a special moment for this family. Right now, you are watching as Independence Police Officer Cody Allen's body is leaving the community of Christ Church. We've just seen the funeral ceremony lasted about 2 hours. We heard from Independence police officers, chaplain, his supervisors, but also friends that painted us a picture of who Cody Allen was behind the badge. It was a beautiful ceremony. We heard from his parents, his sister as well, and now the family is going to be walking out behind the casket. Lined outside is actually a host of police officers that are going to be facing toward the doors as he's being escorted out, put inside the hearse, and then that is when the procession will begin. That procession expected to take probably around an hour, if not more. They have a long way to make to Odessa. That's where Cody Allen is from, and it is where he will be buried at Odessa Cemetery.
Yeah, the chaplain saying that Officer Allen had so much to give. As we take a live look outside Community Church of Christ Auditorium, where Officer Allen's casket will be loaded into the hearse, and then that processional will make its way through Independence, taking a pause at police headquarters, then making its way towards Center Point, where it's expected to take a second pause. Of course, that's the hospital where doctors tried saving Officer Allen, and then that procession will make its way to the Odessa Cemetery. We'll also understand once it gets to Odessa, at one point, they will unload Officer Allen's casket onto a caisson, and from there, his family will follow behind that horse-drawn caisson into the cemetery, where another ceremony will take place.
That'll be about a half mile. And we heard from Joe Hennessy and Grace Smith, who are just outside of the church right here, and they have said that it is pretty quiet out there right now, people walking outside in almost complete silence. So right now we're about to actually start hearing the bagpipes start playing as that casket makes its way out, and the family following behind. We also probably have some law enforcement that's going to be as part of this group that is walking out right now as well. Just such a beautiful and touching tribute to an officer who everybody describes as just having the biggest heart, always wanting to serve, and being the person that you wanted when it was needed the most. When you were in the most danger, Cody Allen was the one that you wanted by your side or coming to your rescue, and they say that's exactly what he did last week.
Yeah, as we continue to look at the live shot here outside of Community of Christ Church, Officer Allen, a beloved husband, father, son, brother, officer. You know, at one point we heard from his sister, who described him as a protector. She shared 29 years with him. He was her older brother. She talked about how when they were little, they would go into the woods and you know, do what kids do in the woods.
yeah, just have some fun.
Exactly, but he never, she said he was always there to protect her.
Yeah, she never got hurt, always made it back. And
exactly.
You can see these law enforcement officers standing at attention as they await for Officer Cody Allen to be brought out of the church right here. We've got some family possibly that's walking out right now as well. And once they do bring him out and the music starts going, we'll let you listen in and just take a moment to sit with this family and with this community that is going to be grieving and beginning that journey to the final resting place for Independence Police Officer Cody Allen. He was also a law enforcement officer in Grandview and with another sheriff's office before that, Lafayette, yeah. So just a lot of different communities that have been impacted and touched by who Officer Cody Allen was and his service. And keep in mind, as I've said before, the community of Odessa is small knit, so everybody had some sort of relationship, it seems, to the Allen family. So they are out here, they are paying tribute to him and just the hole in the void that he's going to be leaving behind.
Yeah, you talk about his childhood. One of his childhood friends, Austin Harness, knew him for 30 years.
That's almost their whole life.
Yeah, exactly. Stood in his wedding, and he said, you know, he was tough and fearless from the day I met him, and he died tough and fearless, not batting an eye to run in and try to save Drexel Mack, the court employee who was serving an eviction notice at a home in Northeast Independence last Thursday when he was shot. And then you had Officer Allen and two other Independence police officers who responded to that. The music is starting to play outside of Community of Christ Church. Let's listen in. Again, this is outside of Community of Christ Church in Independence, the site of today's funeral and the beginning of a procession that is 30 miles long.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while for them to get to the final resting place. That's Odessa Cemetery, and once they do get there, it'll take a little bit of time too, because they're going to stop about a half-mile short of the cemetery, transfer the casket to that horse-drawn carriage, the caisson, and then the family will walk behind it before that part of the service will begin. And it sounds like it's just gonna be beautiful. The whole way through, though, we are actually going to have you covered on this procession route so that you can actually see the different points on this route. We have different camera angles that we have prepared for you.
Let's go to our Samantha Boring, who is live at Independence Police Headquarters, one of two spots we've been told where the procession will pause.
And a lot of the community has actually been out.
Hey, Carolina, Zach. Yeah, we are here at the Independence Police Department where, like you said, a lot of the community have been out here. They're waiting in the bitterly cold to see this procession go by. But we've got Don Fowler here, who is a retired Independence Police Sergeant. Don, you worked here for 34 years. What made you want to come out here today with your fellow retired officers to honor Cody Allen?
Just to show our respect to Officer Allen. Law enforcement is a brotherhood, and just to show our respect. It's a sad day. It's a sad day for this family, a sad day for the police department, a sad day for the community.
And I know, unfortunately, this isn't the first time that we've had to experience this here in Independence and honor an officer lost. And you've been to the other ones as well. For you as a retired officer, why is it so important to have this type of procession, this honor for these officers who lose their life on the force?
It's great that the community supports us, supports the officers at a time of need. Like I said, we're just a brotherhood, and I'm just here to show respect to not only officers that are still working, that are still on the job, but to the fallen officer.
All right, thank you, Don, so much for joining us this afternoon. We're going to send it back to Zach and Carolina as the procession is getting started.
Yeah, once an officer, always an officer. It's a small knit community there. We're giving you a live look here outside of Community of Christ Church. This is where the funeral service was held for Officer Cody Allen, lasting about 2 hours. Now everybody's made it outside of the church. The procession will then begin, and one of the first spots that they'll stop is actually where our Samantha Boring was at. That's the Independence Police Department. That's where officers will be able to pay their final respects to Officer Allen. There's also fire department truck that is out there, and then also the linemen that are out there, because he also served as a lineman for Evergy for about a year before going back to the Independence Police Department. This is the hearse where Officer Allen's body is, and his family's going to be following. He's got his wife of many years, about 14 years,
yeah.
2 kids, young ones, a boy and a girl, and a lot of people shared stories of Officer Allen, and those included his kids and just how much he loved sharing and talking about his kids.
Yeah, if you're in the area, again, this is expected to impede traffic for about the next hour as we await the hearse to take off. As it relates to the procession itself, it will leave the auditorium, head east on Walnut, then north on Memorial Drive, past the Independence Police Headquarters where we just saw our Samantha Boring. From there, it will, once it gets to headquarters, there will be a pause, we're told. Obviously, that's a site where the officer spent many of days. As we take another live look, you see the trucks, the utility trucks there, as Carolina just said. This was an officer who served for many years and then decided to get out of law enforcement, try being a lineman to see, how that would shake out. But for him, it wasn't enough. He felt the call to serve as a police officer. And so after about a year, he left that job and went back to the Independence Police Department.
And you can see lined up right there along the right side of that last image, there were people lined up a lot of people in our community are going to be paying their respects to Officer Allen. This is actually Truman. This is a stretch right there. One of the locations where this procession is going to be going by, and you can see almost every single stop along this route. We're going to see that big flag that's going to be draped to honor Officer Allen, his life, his service, and to honor his memory. Multiple stops along the route. I-70 is going to be one of the longest ones. That's actually going to take us all the way to Odessa. This is a look at one of the following stops. So from outside the church, Independence Police Department, Truman that we just saw. This is Lease Summit Road. That's going to be another one of those longer stretches that we're going to see. So traffic is about to be impacted along all of these different routes that we're showing you. The next stop after Lease Summit Road, Independence Mall. Once again, we can see that big flag that is draped all along these different routes to honor Officer Allen.
And obviously that procession will end in his hometown of Odessa. You're taking a live look. This is near the cemetery. This is where we've been told the family and honor guard will get out of their vehicles about a half a mile away from the cemetery. Then Officer Allen's casket will be loaded onto a horse-drawn caisson. And then those horses will walk down Main Street into the cemetery with the family following behind.
Giving you another live look outside the church as we await for this procession to begin. We've heard so many great stories of heroism and bravery and courage from Officer Allen and those who knew him, not only as a police officer, but also just as their friend. A lot of families have been lined up, mainly outside the police department. That's where we're seeing, I believe, a lot more of the people lined up. But this is the beginning of this procession, and this is where a lot of those officers that were part of that service inside have come out, saluted, and now have gotten into their vehicles and are going to begin this procession. And Officer Allen will be one of the last ones following behind.
Yeah, you talk about the stories we heard from his friends. Matt Ernest, one of his friends, the one who said they didn't get along at first, he said that Officer Allen was a hero before he answered the call for service. As we take a live look near Independence Police Headquarters, you see the number of people lining up along the streets to pay their respects as that procession works its way through the city of Independence, stopping near the police department and then continuing on to Odessa.
And you can see that it's a chilly day out there and people are still there. They see the need to be there, and we even heard our Samantha Boring interviewing someone real quick, former law enforcement, former Independence police officer, saying that he had to be there to pay his respects to this officer, because at the end of the day, they're all brothers in service.
Yeah, and truly, Carolina, the show of support by the community, just being out there along the route, being there for the family over the last week. You know, Officer Allen's mother, Loretta, spoke to how that show of support has really gotten this family through this very difficult time. I mean, you're talking about an officer, a man who was only 35, 2 young children, married for 14 years. Nobody expected for him to die, and not at least in this way.
No, and obviously, I mean, as a parent, you never expect to bury your child, and so I think that's why she was saying that this is so difficult, but she genuinely expressed how helpful and thankful she is for the outpouring of support from the community, but also from all of these law enforcement officers, because they have felt the love from the entire community, and of course the police officers that are also grieving themselves, but just helping support this family. And ironically, the officers said that they felt the love and the support from the parents.
Yeah, and not just the parents, his wife too, as we take another live look outside of Community of Christ Church, where you see the hearse remains. You know, we talk about this police department, and you hear the emotion and grief from the folks who work with Officer Allen, and it can't be overstated enough that this is a department that just 3 years ago was in this same situation when you had Officer Madrid Evans, only 22 years old, killed in the line of duty back in September of 2021. And that's why you heard the police chief, Adam Dustman, say that they are broken and they're still trying to grieve from the loss of Officer Evans.
Yeah, I mean, that was an extremely tragic one. Right here, we're seeing some of the officers getting onto their motorcycles. It appears that we're just probably minutes away from this procession getting underway to honor Officer Allen, who died 35 years old last week while he was responding to a call following an eviction notice. Lights are turned on right here on those motorcycles as this procession is about to get underway here shortly. It's going to take us all the way to Odessa. So it's going to be about an hour-long procession. Keep in mind, they're driving slow. They've got lots of vehicles, which is just that outpouring of support. Look at this line right here that we can just see showcasing this procession is about to get underway. First stop will be the Independence Police Department. That is where we have seen a lot of people gathering this afternoon in order to just take a moment to honor an officer who paid the ultimate sacrifice with his life, serving his community. But everybody that talked about Officer Allen said that that's exactly who he was, and he wouldn't question being able to do that at a moment's notice.
Yeah, he was described as talkative, not one to keep a secret. But one of his friends also said he was just a healthy person to be around, not just when it came to what he ate, but the way he carried himself and the people he attracted. One of his friends said he was absolutely selfless. And we saw that last Thursday when he did not bat an eye and ran straight toward the home where Drexel Mack was shot, and then in turn Officer Allen lost his life. Again, I don't think you can say it better than his friend did in saying that he was selfless. That same friend also talked about how he was involved in a car crash, and Officer Allen would drive a couple of hours to his home just to mow his lawn and then come back and try to spend what few hours he could with his family. So his family was important, but really the people he surrounded himself were equally important. And it's beautiful when you hear the tributes from them that they knew they were loved by him as much as they loved him back.
Absolutely. Here's another vantage point of that same scene that we were just seeing. This is outside Community of Christ Church where they held that service there. That's also where the visitation was held last night. And Alan's mom, Loretta, alluded to it being a very emotional visitation yesterday, but that she feels so loved and that she feels that her kid was a good kid because everybody has showcased that and said that about him. So it just confirms what she thought about her son, and she thought the world of him.
Yeah, a solid man, a solid friend, it sounds like, and one who will be greatly missed, not just by those who knew him closely, but those who worked with him, and even by those who didn't know them. I think watching and hearing the stories today, we all can recognize and acknowledge the tremendous loss in the community, specifically in the city of Independence. It sounds like they lost a very good officer.
Yeah, a pillar. I mean, somebody who leaves law enforcement and then goes back into it, I think that just goes to show that he really loved what he did, and it wasn't just a job for him, but it was a calling. His dad saying that that's something that he wanted to do, is be a police officer ever since he was little. So goes to show that this was what he was meant to do, and just part of who he was to serve and protect others. Giving you two vantage points on the left right there of some of the cars that are lined up that are going to be participating in the procession. Those starting to move right now. On the right side, we have the hearse. Right in front of it are the motorcycles that are going to be escorting the hearse and the family. We're talking about his wife, Danielle, 2 kids as well, a little boy and a girl. Those cars starting to move along. This procession is going to take about an hour all the way to Odessa. And more people we're starting to see actually gathering outside of the Independence Police Department. That's going to be the first stop along this procession. And some of the folks that are there holding up signs just showing their support for law enforcement in general, but of course for Officer Allen. And when we've had these different processions for fallen officers, we have seen the numerous vehicles, and we're not only talking about Independence Police, but from all over. We're probably going to see Grandview, but all sorts of different first responders. And of course, somebody is covering right now for the Independence police officers so that they can attend and be there. Right there, different law enforcement that we're seeing, sheriff's offices, and all sorts of different first responders that are going to be there. And right outside this location right here is actually Grace Smith, Joe Hennessy. Guys, what's the mood right now out there as this procession is getting underway?
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing so many different departments, as you just stated. I even saw officers from New York and Chicago, just come here and pay tribute and honor Officer Cody Allen. And it truly, I mean, it makes you emotional just to see all of these lights and the support for this officer who gave the ultimate sacrifice. It truly is just touching to be here and watch this all firsthand. And, to see the officers in the car, they're just silent, just not talking to each other, just paying their respects to this tremendous officer who lost his life.
Well, we obviously know Independence Police was going to be here, Grandview, KCK, KCMO, but to see, like you said, New York, and to see all these other agencies from not only Kansas and Missouri, but across the entire country coming out here. And again, I'm going to bring it up. It's very unfortunate that we have covered a handful of these, so we've seen this happen before, but it's still fascinating and it's still sad when you see all of these different agencies coming together. And the procession's starting to go right now. We can't show you, we could walk over that way, but there are so many flashing lights. That entire parking lot is filled with officers and agencies, sheriff's offices, emergency services. So this procession is going to be a long one for sure.
It is. And as people were leaving, as the casket went into the car, everyone was just tearing up, you could see, and just kind of, patting each other and just comforting one another and heading off into their vehicles. And it's amazing to see the support. We've been talking about that all morning long, but to truly see it with your own two eyes it's remarkable, really.
And everybody's speaking so highly of the man that he was, and he is unfortunately lost his life doing what he was meant to do, but he is getting an exit much deserving for the man that he was. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, you talk about this show of support from agencies from as far away as New York, Chicago, but you see from that live shot, Columbia, Missouri.
Yeah.
So we have several agencies, even across the state of Missouri, who are here to honor and remember and pay their respects to Officer Allen.
Unfortunately, some of these law enforcement agencies can relate and know what it's like to lose brother in blue. So they know exactly what the Independence Police Department is going through today and how important it is to be here, showing their support.
Yeah, a dangerous profession, to say the least. Officer Allen, the 23rd officer, according to the Officer Down Memorial page, to be killed so far this year. Last Thursday, when he was killed, that month, the month of February, 29 officers across the country were killed. So this is a fraternity, if you will, of men and women who take on this risk. And when one brother or sister fall, they're there to show their support.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a special career to be a part of. Right now, this procession has reached the Independence Police Department headquarters. You can see those flashing lights starting to make their way through that tunnel of service trucks. Officer Allen served as a lineman for about a year, and then obviously wanted to go back to be a police officer, went back to the Independence Police Department. That flag right there swaying in the wind. This is where we have seen the highest showing from the community. People are actually lining the streets opposite of what we're looking at right now, with signs and just wanting to take a moment to show that family of Officer Allen that they are there for them.
Yeah, you see the motorcycles will lead the procession, followed by other emergency vehicles. and then we will start to see the hearse and other family members who will join the ceremony at the cemetery follow in line as we take a live look outside Community of Christ Church. You see the procession moving along as the hearse awaits to join it. But again, you're going to see several emergency vehicles, but before we start to see that hearse take off in this procession that will be some 30 miles, about an hour drive from this church in Independence to the Odessa Cemetery, where Officer Allen will be laid to rest.
And look at this. This goes to show just how beloved Officer Allen was, because he comes from a really small town of Odessa, but it seemed like everybody knew somebody with Officer Allen's family. We want to take a moment to just let you look into this right here.
And this is outside of Independence Police Headquarters, of course, a building that Officer Allen went into day in, day out, put on the uniform, went out into the community to serve. Last time he was inside that building was last Thursday before he made that call to that home in Northeast Independence. Another live look outside the church where, again, we continue to see the hearse await the long line of law enforcement vehicles that will lead the hearse to the cemetery in Odessa.
Yeah, so we're obviously starting to see that trickle reaching the Independence Police Department nearby, but it's still going. And right here, this is a live look actually at Truman. This is going to be a stretch where we're going to be seeing that activity. So just keep in mind that as we're following along on this procession, we're going to start to see those traffic impacts to various roads from Independence all the way to Odessa. It's going to go from Truman Street right here to Lee Summit Road. That's the next long stretch where this procession will then be going to, being led off right here with just the host of law enforcement vehicles. Now a lot of these cars are starting to reach the Independence Police Department, moving along, but this is where the hearse is going to be making a stop and where people will get to salute and honor Officer Allen just outside of headquarters where he served for various years.
Yeah, you know, Carolina, I unfortunately have covered some of these on the ground, officer-involved shootings, and then cover their funeral and processions. And when you talk to the folks who come out to pay their respects on a cold day like today, a lot of these folks will tell you they never knew the officer, they never encountered the officer, but they just want to be here, be out, be present, to show the family, like, we are with you, we support you, and we grieve with you as we see a line of police motorcycles heading down Truman Street. Again, this procession's heading east on Truman Street toward Lee Summit Road, where it will then head south onto 39th Street.
And this is actually a look at Lee Summit Road, where that procession is finally starting to approach. And take a look at the right side of the street right here. This is traffic that's actually stopped because they know what's coming. They know that this procession is going to actually be filling right here along Lee Summit Road. This is going to be a really long stretch of road that is going to be impacted right here. People have done this in the past for previous processions that we have held for fallen officers. They've stopped on the side of the highways, gotten out of their cars, and saluted. It's a really touching moment to see from these images. This is Truman Road. This is just actually past the Independence Police Department. We're still, I believe, waiting for the hearse to actually leave Community of Christ Church. So once that happens, we're going to take you back to it. Just look at all of these flashing lights. We're talking about all sorts of different law enforcement officers, from Columbia, as Grace and Joe told us, to Chicago, to New York. Just incredible. And look at all of that display of all of those American flags right there from various agencies.
Yeah, and the utility trucks, you talk about folks pulling over. That's just a subtle way to pay your respects.
Such a small way, right? But such a touching thing to do.
We continue to watch the live images outside of Community of Christ Church. As you see, the hearse has not left yet, but we continue to see the line of emergency vehicles that will lead this hearse toward its final resting place at the Odessa Cemetery. Just take a look at that shot. Just a line of blue and red headed down
And you can
Street.
see people here just stopping for a moment of their day. This is, you know, kind of, a lot of people say this is the least I can do, to just say thank you to somebody who gave their life serving the community. This is Truman Road right here. We're going to continue to see this for a while because, as you can tell, the cars are still, the law enforcement cars are still leaving the church, and they started this procession probably, 10-15 minutes ago. So we're going to continue to see this for a little while, since they're filing right there, single file. Once they get onto the highway, we can expect things to move along a little bit faster. But once that hearse does leave Community of Christ Church, it'll make its way to the Independence Police Department. That is where we are going to see that first biggest stop along this route. That's obviously where Officer Allen went into work every single day.
This is Lee Summit Road and 39th. From here, the procession will head east toward Little Blue Parkway and, of course, pause at Center Point. But if you know anyone driving near along the route, just let them know. Be mindful. There will be traffic issues in this area, as this community, the city of Independence, and the surrounding area really as a whole send Officer Allen off, pay our final respects as this procession makes its way toward the Odessa Cemetery.
And how touching, obviously, all of these different vehicles, all of these different departments. And some of them may not have known Officer Allen, but they know the type of officer that he was, and they've probably served alongside somebody who was like him. And we all know that friend that was probably a little tenacious, a little spunky, and kept it real. That's kind of what it seems like Officer Allen was to his friends.
Yeah, and when you think of his friends, I think it was Deputy Chief Jason Peterson who said that in Officer Allen's request for what he would want his funeral to look like, he did not want command staff.
Which is exactly who talked.
but also to that point, Chief Deputy Peterson said he was honored that Officer Allen saw him more than just, you know, his superior. He saw him as a friend, because Officer Allen wanted his family and friends to pay their tributes, to eulogize him at his service. Wouldn't have expected it to be this so soon in his life, but Deputy Chief Peterson grateful, saying, you know, I appreciate that he saw me as a friend.
Yeah, totally. And a lot of his, we heard from about 5 friends, people who said, I'm going to tell you about who he was as the friend, not as the officer. Absolutely selfless guy. Truest definition of servant leadership is what he did last Thursday, which is go on a call, not really caring the risk that it posed on his life, but knowing that his job was to go try to help somebody else who had been shot. That was Drexel Mack serving that eviction notice at a home, and ultimately 3 officers getting shot, Allen being the one who passed away. The other 2 have recovered, are recovering at home, released from the hospital. This is just one stretch of road that we are going to be seeing this procession go down. Those cars that are pulled off to the right side are people that have been driving through the area that are going to take a pause with everybody else in the community and watch this procession go by as it reaches right here. You can see it coming all the way down as we reach this peak right here along this road. It's being led off by those motorcycles, law enforcement. It's a pretty big display of those motorcycles, and then following behind it is all of those SUVs and other patrol cars that we are seeing from various law enforcement agencies, not only police officers from the Metro or Missouri, because we also saw Columbia there, but also as far away as New York, Chicago. So this is a nationwide display of law enforcement that we are seeing.
Yeah, we want to get out to our Samantha Boring, who is at police headquarters in Independence. Samantha?
Hey, Zach, Carolina. Yeah, we're just watching the procession go by with so many different law enforcement agencies here from counties of all across Missouri, but like you guys said, across the country and cities across the country as well. It's just really a somber moment for a lot of people here. As you can see with the procession going by, the street is lined with people just paying their respects to Officer Cody Allen. We had a couple people who had signs made just showing their support, and just before the procession started, we saw a woman sit down by the memorial and pray. It's something a lot of people are doing as we send Officer Cody Allen to his final resting place. And not only are there law enforcement partners out here, we're also seeing other city partners like Independence Power and Light, the water department, the fire department, and so many more out here just paying their respects to Officer Cody Allen. Of course, we are expecting this to stop here at the Independence Police Department and pause, as this was the place that Officer Allen came every day before he went out into the field to work. We will be making sure to have coverage of that and continue following this procession as more and more officers make their way down here off of Truman Road and Memorial Drive. Zach, Carolina?
Thank you, Samantha.
Samantha, if we could get Samantha back, I just wanted to ask her what the mood is like and the feeling. What are you seeing on people's faces there? I mean, I saw somebody, I believe, that had a sign out there. We see that man right there just to the left. He's actually holding up a policeman's flag. That's touching.
Yeah, we actually talked to him earlier. He has no connection to law enforcement. He just wanted to be out here to show his support. I mean, he's been in Independence his entire life, and all those flags, he says, that are lined on the yard there in front of the police department are his. He just wanted to show that he supports Officer Allen and all of the other law enforcement here in Independence, in his hometown, and a lot of other people here. That's what they're here to do on their faces. I mean, it's of course a sad day. I mean, there have been some tears and just a lot of hugs, and you can just tell everyone's here to just grieve with each other and be together as a community.
Thanks, Samantha. Right now we are awaiting for the hearse to leave from the Community of Christ Church. You can still see that trickle of cars. That's the law enforcement presence that showed up to this funeral service for Independence Police Officer Cody Allen this morning. That started at 11 this morning, set to last about an hour, went about double that, just because of everybody that had something to say, something wonderful to say about who Officer Allen was. That procession began here a little bit ago, and we are going to continue to see this trickle of cars. It'll go from Independence all the way to Odessa, making various stops, police department, Center Point Hospital. That's where they tried those life-saving measures for Officer Allen. And Center Point actually put out a statement saying that they are honored to have been able to try to save him. The staff, the physicians, caregivers, everybody from the emergency room to the trauma team will actually be lining up outside of Center Point Medical Center once the procession goes by there with American flags, posters to show that they love and appreciate not only Officer Allen, but also the family. And our Nijah Hood is actually standing outside of Center Point where people are gathering. You can see right there far in the distance, just underneath that traffic light, gathering, as I said, for Officer Allen. Nijah.
Yeah, well, Carolina, you definitely covered the gist of everything. So Center Point was the place that Officer Allen came to receive care the day that he was shot, and medical staff here and doctors worked tirelessly to try and save his life. And it's really a moving scene here. We're starting to see the staff gather, as you can see, outside of the hospital, and they are showing their support. If you look closely, you can kind of see a lot of them are holding American flags and poster boards with positive messages. They're going to keep those up as the procession makes its way through here along East 39th Street to show support to both Officer Allen's family and also the Independence Police Department. And so when they make their way through, they're going to come through, take a pause, and show some additional respect to Officer Allen and his memory. So you guys could see the crowd is starting to form, and also to my right, some cars are lining up as they're waiting for the procession to come through. And so we will take you along as the procession gets underway and passes through here over at Center Point Medical Center. Guys?
Yeah, thank you, Nigel. We know how tough it must have been for those health professionals trying to save not only Officer Allen, but being successful in treating the two other officers who are now recovering at home. This is a live look at Lee Summit and 39th Street, where you see some of that procession starting to make its way through that intersection. This is before we get to Center Point. Again, Lee Summit and 39th, but from here it'll head east on Little Blue Parkway toward the hospital before getting on the interstate.
And this is actually just before that scene that we just saw. This is Lee Summit Road, that long stretch of road right there. You can see all of those flashing lights reaching this community just outside of Independence. It's going to be a wonderful display, what we're going to see here once it also reaches the highway. We've got different vantage points that we're going to be able to bring you from kind of a wider view, a wider picture of this procession that's going to be taking place this afternoon. This is going to take about an hour or more before we actually see this reaching Odessa, because the hearse hasn't even left the Community of Christ Church yet. So once that happens, that is when we will actually almost see the end of the procession finally beginning.
Yeah, we're going to stay with this procession through till it's in at the Odessa Cemetery. Again, it's 30 miles from the church to the cemetery. You know, Carolina, this was a very emotional service. As we continue to take live shots we continue to see live pictures from different parts of Independence, this here at headquarters. A very emotional service with very beautiful stories told by those who knew and loved Officer Allen. You know, one story that sticks out to me is his friend Matt Ernest. He said that Officer Allen was very forgiving. He called it his greatest quality. And you could just tell through the stories that you heard from these folks that this was a good guy. And this is a great loss for them. But not just for them, really. It is a great loss to our community.
Yeah, and especially the community of Odessa, because it seems like the Allen family had some sort of connection to somebody in town. So obviously a beloved family, and now they're just getting showered with so much support, which they really need in this moment. We're finally starting to see a little bit more activity here happening outside of the Community of Christ Church. This is where the hearse is going to be taking off. We're no longer seeing that trickle of law enforcement cars. It seems that those have already finally taken off, and it seems like the hearse is going to be actually moving along here pretty shortly. This is Officer Allen's body that's going to be going to the Independence Police Department. That'll be the first stop that he will be making along this procession route. You can see right here from Independence Police Department headquarters, and just take a look at both sides of the street here lined with those American flags. We've also seen the blue line flags that are also lining right there outside of the Independence Police Department. Our Samantha Boring saying that it's actually one man who didn't know Officer Allen that put those outside of the police department.
Yeah, and this show of support, as his mother, Officer Allen's mother, mentioned during the service, is really what's getting them through this tough time. She says it's been tremendous, and she's grateful for the love as we start to see the hearse depart from Community of Christ Church. The procession weaving through the city of Independence, stopping at police headquarters before eventually working its way toward Centerpoint Medical Center and then on to I-70, where it will then head into Odessa, which is about 30 miles from the city of Independence.
And this is it for the family. So they had their visitation yesterday. It was very emotional. And then now they've held the funeral service inside the church. The hearse has taken off. The final journey for Officer Allen is beginning as the community pays its respects and honors this fallen officer who died serving our community. This is the stretch along Truman Road. This is just past the police department headquarters, but the hearse will first be going to police headquarters. This is just the line of law enforcement cars, but also friends and family that are going to be heading over to the cemetery. And it's a pretty small cemetery, so they'll be actually stopping about a half mile before they reach the cemetery, loading the casket into a horse-drawn caisson.
Yeah, and we'll continue to stay with these shots as the procession makes its way through Independence, heading toward Odessa. But just a little bit about Officer Allen. He was born here in Kansas City. He grew up in Odessa, or at least graduated from Odessa High in 2007. Began his law enforcement career with the Sheriff's Department in Lafayette County before heading to Grandview Police. And he was there for 6 years before becoming a police officer in the city of Independence, where he served and then decided to leave to try out being a lineman for the utility company.
The private sector.
But it wasn't enough. He came back to the Independence Police Department and then last Thursday, of course, lost his life while serving. Officer Allen leaving behind his wife Danielle of 14 years, who we didn't hear from, but we heard a lot about during the service today. Several of his friends and colleagues talked about his wife Danielle of 14 years and just the strong woman that she is and has been during this last week. Officers saying that instead of them comforting her, she's been their source of comfort. And you can't not include the fact that he also has 2 young children. So she's not only consoling them, but she's consoling 2 little children who will not grow up with their father.
Yeah, and they talk about him as always having a smile on his face. That's something that almost everybody said. He always kind of had a little smirk, a smile on his face. He was always able to diffuse things at a moment's notice. So they say his death is just such a huge loss for the law enforcement community. As you mentioned, those 2 small children were 2 kiddos that he talked about to his friends, but also to his brothers in blue. They said that he was just the best dad, the best man, the best cousin, somebody who was great to talk to, level-headed, and funny enough said, things like loved peanut butter, loved to work out, loved protein shakes. Everybody, I think, knows somebody like Officer Allen, and that's also why we see these displays of support from the community as we are seeing outside of the police department right now, as we will see once we get there to Center Point, where the staff is gathering outside, getting ready for this procession to make its way to them. The hearse has already left Community of Christ Church, so we should be seeing it pretty soon here, arriving to the Independence Police Department. That's actually where our Samantha Boring has been this morning. And you've actually been talking to some folks, Samantha, that are out there and the reason why they feel that they need to be there.
Yeah, Carolina, Zach, we have been out here all morning since before the funeral started. It was a quiet start to the day here at the Independence Police Department with just the flags lining in front of the department, with Officer Cody Allen's car there with many flowers, balloons, and other ways to remember him. A lot of people here today saying they didn't know Allen at all. They just wanted to come out here and pay their respects to him, honor him, and show that they support the Independence Police Department and its officers. We're seeing a lot of Independence Police drive by now on this procession. Of course, we have seen so many from counties across Missouri, Kansas, and many cities across the United States making their way through this procession. We were told that we're expecting the hearse here pretty soon, with it just leaving the church just down the road, just a few minutes away. But a lot of people just wanted to be out here, even though it's cold. They wanted to be able to show that they support the Independence Police Department and its community, and we've been seeing that too from city workers. We actually spoke with the Independence Power and Light supervisor, who says they have that flag down there with the electrical trucks hanging over the procession. They say that the city, all of the departments, even though they work in different fields, they're a family, and this is their way of showing their support and being there for Officer Cody Allen and his family, as well as his colleagues. Zach, Carolina.
Oh, beautifully said, Samantha. Yeah, a lot of people who are out there showing their support for Officer Allen, but I think also for all of these other officers with the Independence Police Department, because they've also lost not only a colleague in service, but also a really good friend, because this is a career where the people who you are serving alongside they truly do become your family. Right now we are watching outside of the Independence Police Department. This is Truman Road right here. This is just past the police department, where we are continuing to see that procession moving along. One of the next spots that follows after that is Lee Summit Road. That's kind of a longer stretch of road. And then it's going to go to Independence Center Mall. And then we are going to go to the area around Saints Pub and Patio, Little Blue Parkway stretch. That one is what we're already starting probably to see people arriving from that procession. So this is the hearse that's actually arriving at the Independence Police Department, the first stop along this procession route. Let's just take a moment to watch this, because this is the first stop they're making.
A pause there at Independence Police Headquarters on Memorial Drive. The procession heading east now on Truman Road toward Lee Summit Road, where it will then head south toward 39th Street. You know, Carolina, sadly, our community is all too familiar with this sort of scene. Just within the last year, this is now our third officer we've laid to rest. Back in August of last year, we lost Fairway Officer Jonah Oswald, who was shot and killed. And then back in February of 2023, we lost KCPD Officer James Mulbauer, who was killed in a car crash. And, you know, no matter, sadly, we never want to cover these, but they never get easy.
No, they don't. Do we want to go over to Samantha Boring? She's actually live outside of the police department. That moment right there, that small but such a beautiful little pause that they made outside of the police department, Samantha.
Yeah, Carolina, Zach, we, of course, like you said, just saw them pause with Officer Allen's casket, of course, and the hearse there, and his family following in those other vehicles. And now we're seeing some other community vehicles, tow trucks, and other law enforcement. The Missouri Law Enforcement Funeral Assistance truck just went by, and down there they're passing some MoDOT snow plows that are all holding American flags as they head along on this procession, this very long procession. So
yeah, how beautiful. And obviously that was the moment that everybody was kind of waiting. This is Truman Road, where the hearse is finally reached. After this, it'll go to Lee Summit. But this is just another one of those spots where the procession is going along, but we're also seeing people that are paying their respects and awaiting for the hearse to go by. So up next, it's going to go to Lee Summit Road. That's going to be a little bit of a longer stretch of road. This is Lee Summit, and this is Lee Summit Road, that long stretch that we're going to be seeing. We've got friends and family, so personal, private vehicles, but also just look beyond that. All of those law enforcement lights and law enforcement vehicles following behind as this procession continues to be underway. And the hearse making that little bit of a stop right there outside of the Independence Police Department headquarters, where Officer Allen served for many years, actually left for a little bit and then came back into the service. This right here is going to be our stretch of Lee Summit and 39th Street, where the procession is making its way with law enforcement from all over. And we mean it when we say all over, not only all over the metro, but from the state of Missouri, where flags have actually been ordered to be flown at half staff today by Governor Mike Parson, but also from out of state, the city of Chicago, New York as well. Some vehicles that aren't necessarily law enforcement, but are places where Officer Allen actually worked, which is he was a lineman for Evergy for a little bit there. We're talking police from Gladstone, Grandview Police, and then also now reaching outside of Center Point. This is where they really tried hard to save Officer Allen's life, Nyjah.
Well, guys, what you guys are looking at, so you could see the procession is starting to make its way past us. We are outside of the Center Point Medical Center, and we are just seeing a never-ending line of cars representing law enforcement agencies from across both Missouri and Kansas. I've seen just in the past few minutes Leavenworth, Olathe, Joco Sheriff's Office, Bonner Springs, Platte County, Lawrence, Columbia, Garden City, Union. The list just goes on and on and on, and so that really goes to show Officer Allen's impact and how it's really being felt not just here in Independence and not just here in the Kansas City metro, but all across the state and all across the country. And so just this site really is moving here, and you're also starting to see crowds forming here outside of the hospital as they are paying their respects. People who both are from this community and also people who work at the hospital. And of course, this location that we're standing at holds special significance because this is where Officer Allen received care the day that he was shot, as medical staff stepped in to try and perform life-saving measures. And so this really just goes to show how much people here really are coming to wrap their arms around the police department and the family as they process this loss and pay their respects during a very moving send-off. Guys?
Yeah, thank you, Nyjah. As we see the scenes outside the hospital, Carolina, you see the health professionals there draped in blankets because it is cold out there.
It is, but people are still out there. They're still wanting to pay their respects. One of those signs from the staff at Center Point saying honor, courage. Obviously, you know, the embodiment of who Officer Allen was as he gave his life serving the community, but not thinking twice about doing his job and doing what he needed to do to try to protect somebody who was in danger just last week when he was responding to that call. We're starting to see the procession actually reach I-70. This is going to be one of the longest stretches on the highway. That's I-70 eastbound at Little Blue Parkway. Right here, this is a look at Lee Summit Road. This is another one of those longer stretches just after the Independence Police Department location. This is Lee Summit and 39th Street. Just one of those other parts where we're starting to see some of those private vehicles, family, friends that are going to be following the procession until they reach Odessa. And the Odessa Cemetery, Odessa just in general is a smaller city, smaller town. So once they reach the cemetery area, they're going to stop about a half mile away because, as you can see, this is a lot of law enforcement vehicles along this procession. So once they reach that area, they'll stop about a half mile away, load Officer Allen's casket into a horse-drawn caisson, and then move in by walking behind it. It'll be a really beautiful moment that we'll be able to bring you live right here as we continue our coverage of Officer Allen's funeral service ceremony and the procession.
Yeah, you can see it's stopped at the moment. We can imagine to see this moment, throughout the procession as it makes its way through city limits. Obviously, once it hits the highway, it'll be smooth sailing. But we've now passed headquarters, another shot at Center Point as the procession makes its way toward I-70, then toward Odessa. Carolina, we heard from Officer Allen's father today, who really talked about how selfless his son was. He said, there's no doubt in his mind when his son ran into that house to try and save court employee Drexel Mack, that he wasn't thinking of anything else but that.
Yeah.
And he understood the dangers, and he went in anyways.
Yeah, and look at that, people holding their arms to their chest as all of that procession is going by. We're starting to see right here the hearse reaching the stretch of Lee Summit Road. Just a beautiful tribute to Officer Allen. The procession has finally made its way onto the highway. We're talking about I-70 headed about eastbound right there at Little Blue Parkway, and then also just before Woods Chapel. Traffic is going to start backing up, so that's just something to be aware of if you do have to head into that direction, or if you know somebody that is in that area. We have different vantage points on our scout cam. This is right here, I-70 eastbound at Little Blue Parkway. As you can see, traffic is standing still because as we have seen in the past, people do stop to let the procession go by. You can see it getting right there on the on-ramp, just beyond that line of cars and the semi-trucks that we are seeing. And that's just to let the procession flow through. And then opposite of that, on the oncoming traffic, so that westbound, those cars are stopped because they want to pay their respects and be respectful, of course, to the procession that is getting through.
Now we continue to show you different vantage points of this procession. As you can see, it is a very long one, not just in the number of vehicles that are a part of it, but in the terms of distance. We're talking 30 miles from the church to the cemetery, so about a full hour for this, and probably it'll be a little bit longer than that, as it weaves its way through Independence, making those pauses and then getting on to the interstate. And this, of course, is in or near Odessa at Saints Pub, Bar and Patio.
Fire trucks, when we talk about law enforcement and first responders, not only the police officers and sheriff's deputies, but also the people that they serve alongside when they do have to respond to certain calls.
Yeah, so I believe this is a spot that is in Odessa. Is that correct?
This is
just past Center Point. My apologies.
Yeah, so this is at Saints Pub and Patio. You can see people lined up right here on the left side and right side as well, just across from that gas station outside right there. These are people that did not know Officer Cody Allen, but we have heard from a few of them who said that there was no other choice but to be here, even if it is cold outside. Standing and being able to make this family, Officer Allen's family, feel loved and cared for and supported in this moment is important for them. And this is another look actually at the highway. This is I-70 eastbound just before Woods Chapel, as this procession has finally made its way onto the highway. Traffic not only impacted on where the procession is on this eastbound, but also take a look across from that, westbound at a standstill, because traffic is wanting to also stop and be respectful of this moment.
Yeah, we've said it before. This is just a small gesture of support and respect for the fallen officer and for his family. And one can only imagine for his family and friends who are a part of this, seeing this show of support gives them some comfort in knowing that this community is there for them as they grieve the loss of an officer, a loved one, who was only 35 years old, again, leaving behind a wife of 14 years and 2 children. Another live look at 39th Street. Just a very, very massive procession, very similar to what we sadly, or what we saw really last Thursday when we saw the show of support from law enforcement wanting to be there at the hospital to carry Officer Allen's body to the morgue. Now, today, a week later, we see a similar scene playing out through the city of Independence, headed toward Odessa, where Officer Allen will be laid to rest at the Odessa Cemetery, of course, a city where he grew up.
Yeah, and whenever we talk about who he was, it seemed like he was just a very tenacious individual. He was a Cub Scout, went to Odessa High School, loved music, but not only just any music. They actually specifically said Michael Jackson music. So
a wrestler who wanted to be a coach.
Yes, and they said that actually his wrestling came in handy when it came to being able to respond and just having that sort of personality to respond to certain situations, being able to diffuse things if needed and when needed. This is a live look outside of Center Point Medical Center. We have seen staff, and when we say staff, it's first responders from the emergency room to the trauma center that all were put on alert last Thursday when they had to be able to take in Officer Allen and others who were responding to that call when they were shot.
Yeah, this is I-70 at Woods Chapel, as you see the procession heading east, and that westbound traffic stopped as well, which is, those in the westbound lanes aren't obligated to stop, but here they are showing their respect for this fallen officer. If you know anybody traveling on 70 in the next half hour or hour or so, just give them a heads up. They're likely going to run into traffic as this procession continues to work its way out of the city of Independence onto the freeway and eventually into Odessa.
Yeah, so it'll go kind of through Oak Grove and then finally reach Odessa, and the final stop will be the Odessa Cemetery right there. Pretty small. We're talking dirt road, small community, rural area that is out there. And this is actually the hearse that is arriving right here at this location, Lee Summit Road and 39th Street. The next stop will actually be Center Point. That is where we are seeing those nurses, doctors, staff lined up from the trauma center, the emergency room as well, that had a hand in being able to provide medical attention for Officer Allen just last week. They have signs that they have made saying IPD strong with hearts on them, words like bravery, courage. Our Nyjah Hood is actually out live in this location. She's being able to see the display of people who are out there just wanting to be able to pay their respects and tribute to Officer Allen, but also to his family, his wife Danielle, his two kids who lost their father. And Nyjah, we want to get out to you because the hearse is actually on its way to you. What's the mood out there right now?
From what I could see, people out here have shown nothing but respect. You could see a lot of hands over hearts as the law enforcement vehicles have been making their way past us. And I've just been kind of keeping track of all the different law enforcement agencies that have passed this. And I've created a list. The list just goes on and on and on and on. We've seen Dallas County out here, St. Charles County, Sugar Creek, the city of Fallon, Higginsville, Lafayette County, Jefferson City, Clinton City. And so a lot of law enforcement agencies have come together to show support to the Independence Police Department as they mourn the loss of fallen officer Cody Allen. And it's a somber mood. It's a very somber energy out here. People are obviously very sad, but they are coming together to show the police department that they are not alone and that they are supported. They see them and they appreciate their service. And Cody Allen, of course, made the ultimate sacrifice. And I think the message clear is out here is that sacrifice did not go unrecognized nor unappreciated. Guys?
Yeah, absolutely. Unappreciated. Officer Allen paying the ultimate sacrifice, doing the job he loved, as we take a live look at I-70 at 7 Highway. Just an incredible scene. A line of law enforcement officers making their way down the interstate as the traffic in the different lane, other side of the highway, pauses, stops to pay their respects.
And this is what we have seen in the past with these different processions that have taken the highway, is people will stop and get out of their cars where, of course, it is safe, but you can see right there toward the top right of your screen, people are just waiting outside. It's just a small little tribute that they can do for not only the family, but also for other law enforcement partners that are showing up and know all too well what it is like to lose a brother or sister in blue.
Yeah, the hearse starting to make its way toward Center Point Medical, obviously a place where Officer Allen was taken, and healthcare professionals there tried saving him. As you can imagine, for those folks, today is tough for them, but they are out showing their support. Signage we've seen that say honor, duty, and courage, all describing Officer Allen and the work that he was doing that day when he lost his life.
Yeah. Just what a beautiful procession for this officer. This is just past 7 highway, headed into, so this is I-70 headed toward the Odessa area. Traffic, as we were saying, impacted on both sides. So just know that that's something that you're going to be experiencing here for the next probably 30 or so minutes, maybe a little bit more than that. A lot of law enforcement has shown up to be here to support the Independence Police Department, who is the one that is grieving right now the loss of an officer who just seemed to really have such an impact on the police force, but also just all around the community, and then also the community in Odessa.
Yeah, you see Adams Dairy Parkway, meaning that the processional is now heading through, or Blue Springs, that area in general. We'll stay with these live shots. Again, Center Point right here showing the hearse. So you can just, this is a massive, massive processional, just an incredible number of law enforcement vehicles, part of this, motorcycles, SUVs, patrol vehicles, and it stretches a massive landscape, 30 miles, we're talking, from the church to the cemetery. You know, Carolina, in hearing Officer Allen's superior speak about him, he made this McDonald's analogy and said, Officer Allen always said, you know, you might make burgers
yeah,
hour after hour after hour after hour, but then you might get a McChicken. And that little bit of hope, or that little bit of difference, is what you should lean into when it comes to this job. Yeah, it might get hard, it might get monotonous, but remember those moments that matter most.
Absolutely, absolutely. And giving you another live look right here at the highway, take a look at not only the lights, because that's probably going to draw your attention first, but on the bottom right of your screen, about a handful of people right there on that grassy area that have gotten outside of their vehicles to pay tribute to Officer Allen and his family, to the Independence Police Department, to other law enforcement agencies who know all too well what it is like to lose an officer on the job, doing their job and serving our community. A beautiful display of just all sorts of different law enforcement agencies that are gathering today for this. This service started with the funeral service at Community of Christ Church at 11 in the morning, and now it is approaching the 3 o'clock hour, and we're continuing this procession, carrying it, bringing you this moment live. We're going to be following this entire procession as it makes its way I-70 right there at Oak Grove, and then I-70 at Odessa, and then finally reaching the Odessa Cemetery. We have a crew that is actually out in that area, and we want to give you another vantage point along this route. So this is actually just outside of Center Point Medical Center. That's one of the locations where this procession is going to be making a stop. So the first one being the Independence Police Department, where the hearse just stopped briefly. And then it'll make another stop at Center Point, where those first responders served right there, Officer Allen. This is another one of our scout cameras. This is at Woods Chapel I-70, and you can see that these law enforcement agencies have laid out not one, but it appears 2 American flags. So as this procession goes through, that is the visual, and that is what they are seeing.
And it would look like it's not just law enforcement there down on the interstate, but on the bridgeway, their overpass, just everyday people doing what they can just to show their support for this family as we lay yet another officer to rest today. 3 in the last year for the metro area.
Yeah, just obviously such sad circumstances. The hearse is approaching right here, Center Point Medical, obviously where all of those first responders tried to perform life-saving measures on Officer Cody Allen. We do have a crew that is there that has described the mood as very respectful as this procession goes by. People that just felt that they had to be there today from the community, not from the medical staff, just people from the community that wanted to be here this afternoon.
Yeah, and we talk about Officer Allen, and we heard the stories of how great of a man he is, which, you know, one would argue is a testament of his upbringing. His parents, his mom and dad, Tim and Loretta. At one point, one of his close friends, talked about how he asked Officer Allen to move closer to him. But Officer Allen said, well, I don't know if I want to do that because my mom and dad aren't going to want to leave Odessa. So it just shows the close bond that he had with his family. Of course, he has 2 sisters he left behind, and then his wife of 14 years, Danielle, and their 2 children. Just a close family, it sounds like, who poured a lot of love into each other and in return poured a lot of love into the people that they knew.
Totally. Giving you 2 different vantage points here at this procession. To the left is a little bit further along in the procession route. That is where we are seeing the flags just draped right there on the overpass area. That's at Woods Chapel I-70. And then to the right, the hearse passing right here at that's Center Point Medical Center. They're going to be making just a really brief stop right now.
Now, Officer Allen, described by his friends, family, and colleagues as a hero who answered the call of service well before what happened last Thursday, which led to his untimely death. His sister calling him a protector, remembering their upbringing and how they used to hang out in the woods, have fun, but he never let her get hurt. And she said at one point that life will be dim, but without him, of course, but that she holds on to the light, knowing that he will be just around the bend, alluding to, you know, when they reunite in the afterlife.
Yeah, beautiful moments right here as we take a live look at that procession on the highway. That's I-70, just past 7 Highway, just before Adams Dairy Parkway. All over the highway, we have seen traffic come to a standstill this afternoon, all across I-70, because we have seen the on-ramps that have been impacted. So just that's where the procession is actually able to get onto the highway right there at Little Blue Parkway. So all the traffic is backing up on the opposite end of that, but then also traffic that is across the way heading in the opposite direction has also stopped to just take a moment along this route that the procession is going to be following all the way to Odessa. And we have multiple vantage points. This is just another one of the vantage points that we actually have along this procession. This is just outside of Saints Pub and Patio. That's the Little Blue Parkway stretch where we are starting to see this procession make part of its way. The hearse passing right now as people pay their respects to Officer Allen and his family.
Yeah, a man described as selfless and just very loving, strong. A man who had a lot more life to live in a profession that he greatly greatly loved.
Yeah, it seemed like he was destined to do it since he was little, wanting to do it, leaving for a little bit, but then kind of being called back into the service and helping out a lot of people along the way.
Yeah, his friend saying he wanted to be Batman when he was little, and then grew up and became a police
hero.
officer.
Even better, right?
A hero and a police officer, exactly. Obviously, as we've said, Officer Allen, he grew up in Odessa. We've heard stories about him from those who grew up with him, who know him, and who will miss him from that community. A graduate of Odessa High School in 2007. He was only 35 years old when he lost his life, but
right here, the hearse is actually making its way onto the highway. This is I-70 Little Blue Parkway. This is going to be sort of the end of this procession that is reaching the highway. So now most of this stretch, we'll be carrying it to you live right here with all of our different scout cameras, vantage points. We're talking that Little Blue Parkway entrance onto the highway, headed to Woods Chapel, and then just past Missouri Highway 7, Adams Dairy Parkway, and then we will exit at the Odessa exit, heading into the cemetery.
yeah, and we understand about a half mile from the cemetery, the family and the honor guard, they will get out of their vehicles, and Officer Allen's casket will be transferred to a horse-drawn caisson, and then the horses will walk down Main Street into the entrance of the cemetery with the family following behind, where inside the cemetery there will be law enforcement honors and a graveside service.
Yeah, this service started this morning at 11 a.m. with that funeral service at Community of Christ Church. That is where we heard some really touching moments from family, from law enforcement, his parents as well, but friends too, who painted a picture of who Officer Cody Allen was, which is somebody who was constantly smiling, somebody who was just so loving, talked about his kids often, a husband of 14 years to his wife Danielle, a father, but also a son, and his parents were just sharing how heartbroken they are to not have him around anymore, and just how hard this is going to be. Not only today, it being a hard day, but the days to come are probably going to be the hardest for them. This is a stretch of the highway where that procession is moving along, and it is moving along in single file. So this is going to take a little bit of time for us to actually make it the whole procession, getting it off the highway. So keep in mind that we're going to see these traffic impacts as some cars have decided to stop along either on the left or the right, as you can see right there, of that stretch of highway.
Yeah, we understand the procession, the beginning of the procession is starting to inch closer to Odessa. We do have Ryan Hennessy live there. Ryan, what can you tell us about what you're seeing in that community as we await the procession to head toward the cemetery?
Yeah, Zach, so me and a photographer out here, Kenny Price, we've actually been out driving around the neighborhoods. We met with an individual that's actually formerly law enforcement, had one of those police flags with a blue line on it outside his window. Really touching. He didn't personally know Cody Allen, but this is really affecting him. He's only about a mile away from the cemetery here, but I'll tell you, kind of this area is pretty rural. There's only about 3 houses on this street. What we do know is that it's going to be a little bit behind the camera here is where that horse-drawn carriage, I believe it's called a caisson, is actually going to be collecting Cody's body after the kind of transfer from the hearse. And then it's going to be taking it down this road, obviously, to the cemetery. And let's just kind of show you a little bit of what that looks like. It's kind of where that blue tarp is where that's going to be, I believe, the location where his body's going to be laid to rest. Out here, there's definitely law enforcement already present. The flag is at half staff. It's peaceful. I got really this area is it's calm. Obviously, it's winter time, but I mean it's peaceful out here. There's not a lot of talking. There's not a lot of smiling. It is moving. I think this community is ready to accept Cody Allen as his final resting place out here in Odessa, and you know, it's one of those things. It's It's emotional out here. We did get to look at that carriage, and it's kind of has a thin blue line around that as well, and it's for law enforcement. When I talked to the guys that actually be handling the transfer of his body to that Kaizen, they said what they're kind of imagining is it's going to kind of lead down this road, and then the family's going to be behind that. We don't know whether they're going to be inside cars or actually out on foot following it. It is a little bit chilly out here, so there might be kind of inside the cars, but we have seen law enforcement kind of come out here and kind of go into the sides of the street here. We've actually seen the Metropolitan Community Police, they're actually, law enforcement officers in training, wearing the yellow vests out here, kind of trying to make sure everything is going smoothly. It's really kind of nice to see the collaboration of multiple law enforcement agencies trying to make sure that this is done well. This is respectful, a fitting tribute to a man that gave his life, as we all know too well, in line of duty last week, which was definitely heartbreaking. But it's definitely a peaceful place out here in Odessa near the cemetery, and we're just awaiting. We're not sure, maybe 30 minutes or so. We're not exactly sure how long it's going to take for that procession to get here on the highway, but we're patiently waiting and waiting for this to kind of give a little bit more of closure for the community out here, for Independence Police Department, and of course the city of Odessa.
Yeah, Ryan, we'll check back in with you as that procession gets closer to you. It's still on the interstate, as you can see there on the left side of your screen. The community of Odessa, very small, tight-knit, less than 6,000 people. So as you can imagine, this is crushing for this community, a community of which Officer Allen grew up in. Now, we have been following this story since last Thursday, hearing beautiful tributes about both Officer Allen and, of course, Drexel Mack, the court employee who was also killed, who Allen was trying to save. And the show of support and the community wanting to find ways to help these different families has been really beautiful to watch. And there are several ways to do so with Officer Allen. Take a look here on your screen. There's several different ways. GoFundMe. There's the Cody Allen Family Fund, the Sunshine Sports Apparel LLC, and then the area Price Choppers until Sunday have been collecting donations again for both of these families. If you would like to donate, help out in any way from one of those funds, you saw the QR code there on your screen. As we take another live look outside as we continue to follow this procession. This is I-70 at Oak Road. So it is Oak Grove Road, excuse me. So it is inching closer and closer to the city of Odessa. Oak Grove is the last community before you reach Odessa. And again, once that happens, once it gets off I-70, it will go through Odessa toward the cemetery as we see that cemetery right there, Odessa Cemetery. It's here where we're expecting the law enforcement honors and a graveside service to take place. But moments before that, about a half mile from this service or this scene, we are told that the family and the honor guard will get out of their vehicles and then walk. Officer Allen's casket will be transferred to that horse-drawn caisson, and then the horses will walk down Main Street toward the cemetery with the family following behind. So just what will likely be a very emotional scene there in the city of Odessa as this family and community lay to rest Officer Allen, 35 years old, who leaves behind a wife of 14 years and 2 children, both of his parents, and 2 sisters. His family saying that he's been special all his life, and they knew he was going to do something special, and here he was doing what he thought was special, being a police officer, and paid the ultimate sacrifice last Thursday in Northeast Independence, responding to a separate situation, a court employee who was shot. He was responding to that when he himself was shot. We continue to follow the procession as it makes its way toward Odessa. This is a live look at the interstate there. And it looks like from this vantage point, I'm not sure I'm seeing it.
Yeah, so
in this shot. We know it's heading toward Odessa, and the cameras in the Oak Grove, Odessa area, they're limited. We don't have a lot of cameras in that area in terms of scout cameras and MoDOT cameras. So we're going to continue to monitor that.
And
as
I think that's telling, right? Because it's a smaller community. We're talking about, this is the biggest city in Lafayette County, and he served. That's where he started, Lafayette County Sheriff's, as a deputy there. It's a population about 5,000, and the Odessa Cemetery, where Ryan Hennessy was, we just heard from him, where he said that he drove around and talked to somebody who actually had one of those blue line police officer law enforcement flags outside. This is more of a rural area. That's where they're going to be able to stop about a half mile before they get to the cemetery and then load the casket onto that horse-drawn carriage, which he described as having this thin little blue line just around it. It sounds beautiful, you know, and then from there they'll be able to actually walk behind it, so that they're not going to be able to get this entire procession and everybody that is in attendance into that area if they were to drive in. So they'll just be walking in with that family, friends, those officers that knew him best.
Yeah, it's very small over near the cemetery. So you know, a lot of these folks that are part of the procession, they will likely either walk several, feet from, or
about a half mile.
Half mile, yeah. Really, to get into the cemetery, or likely some of these police officers could very well, once we get to the cemetery, say their final goodbyes.
Yeah, and right now we want to get over to Ryan Hennessy. Ryan, can you kind of lay this out for us, for people who don't really know this area near the city of Odessa? We're talking more rural, smaller community. It seemed like almost somebody knew the Allen family.
Yeah, definitely homely feel here. I think all the neighbors kind of know each other. Actually, the law enforcement said that they were talking to the folks out here to kind of plan out where they wanted to stage this whole thing, and everybody was very accommodating for the law enforcement. This is definitely a community that values law enforcement, definitely values the military. They're kind people. We aren't too far away from the highway, though. It is kind of basically whenever they get off the highway, they do kind of go on a road that goes right next to it, kind of parallel to the highway, and then turns down this. But it's private down here. It's nice. We hear some roosters, kind of a little bit in the distance. Definitely, yeah, rural feel out here, but. Peaceful. I think this is a peaceful place to be laid to rest.
Is anybody out there already, Ryan, where you are, or do we think that this is just going to be the family?
Yeah, I believe there's going to be a heavy amount of law enforcement out here. From what we've been told, it's going to be almost lined the streets, and in every single resident's house, they've made parking available for law enforcement. We're really the other ones out here besides the family that's going to be out here. Like I said earlier, it's a number of law enforcement agencies out here, even some of the ones that are in training, trying to kind of make sure this all is set up nice and goes smoothly. And the transfer is going to be happening a little bit up the road over here, and they're actually going to go into one of these homeowners' properties, and that's where they have the horses and also the Kaizen, the little carriage, which kind of has like you typically see. Kind of a buggy where the driver would sit holding the horses, and then behind that it's just kind of a slab that holds. Yeah, we'll spin the camera around. Kind of holds actually we can get a shot of it right there, I believe. So as cameraman extraordinary Kenny Price zooms in there, that is the Kaizen right there. It's kind of more of a cylinder kind of slab there, where it really is just specifically for a casket, hold a casket. And those are the gentlemen that are kind of getting everything ready. The actual Kaizen has a thin blue line that wraps around it, which is definitely a tribute to Cody Allen being an Independence police officer.
And Brian, we're following along the procession route since they left from the Community of Christ Church. Have you started to see any trickle right there in Odessa? We know that there's still, most are on the highway right now.
Yeah, so right now, not too many. We do see about a car coming down the street every about 5 minutes or so. We see a law enforcement officer, but I don't believe that those ones are actually connected to the procession. There is a they do have these streets blocked off. There's about 2 or 3 police officers that are sitting at the beginning of the streets, and they're not letting anybody down here besides family or obviously law enforcement. You can see it kind of at the end of the road there. We see a few police officers. That's actually the ones I was talking about with the Metropolitan Community College that's actually setting up the security of this area. And then the cemetery on the left up there, it's a really fitting place. A lot of headstones up there. I can see definitely families that have actually all been kind of maybe lived all their lives here in Odessa, come back and made this their final resting place. The flag out here, definitely it's at half staff. When we were driving out here too, we saw a number of flags on the highway, all half staff. Makes you feel something definitely inside your chest. It's kind of almost impossible to hide that while you're watching this, because at the end of the day, this community is definitely in support of their law enforcement officers. And the individual that I spoke to a little bit earlier, his name was Monty Neal, a really nice character. He was talking about how important it was for him to actually witness this procession, and he doesn't know Cody Allen personally, but he said that he feels something watching this today. He definitely got emotional a couple times. I want to introduce you guys to him a little bit later on. Definitely somebody that admires what Cody did, and just is kind of a good representation of Odessa and what they're really feeling right now. But yeah, please, you guys, feel free to check back on us anytime.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. So many of us appreciating the work that Officer Allen did, and so many in his profession do, as we take a live look at the Odessa Cemetery. Of course, Officer Allen was born in Kansas City. It's a hometown boy, grew up in Odessa, graduated from Odessa High School, started his career in that county as a law enforcement officer before moving to Grandview, and then, of course, the Independence Police Department.
Yeah. Just a beautiful display that we have seen this afternoon. And right there before we came back to us, we were looking at the gravesite where this service is going to be held. You will be able to actually watch that with us on our streaming sites. And we are going to continue to follow things here for the next 15 minutes or so on our air as that procession is making its way on I-70. We have seen the highway kind of coming to a standstill at different locations on I-70, from Little Blue Parkway all the way to Oak Grove, and then that exit around the Odessa area. We have seen just the outpouring of support from some people just stopping on the highway just to get out of their vehicles, obviously, to a safe area to watch the procession and just be able to kind of salute the officer, the law enforcement, but also Officer Allen's family. We're talking about his wife, Danielle, parents, kiddos. He had 2 kids, a boy and a girl.
Yeah, the shot you just saw was I-70 at Oak Grove. So basically you have to get past Bates City and then you'll get into Odessa. So we've been following this procession now for well over an hour. So you can understand just the enormity of it, stretching for quite some ways. And as you can imagine, traffic along I-70 in both directions as people stop in the opposite direction of travel. They stop to pay their respects as the procession moves past both directions, east and westbound lanes of I-70. Expect delays over the next hour or so as that procession continues to inch its way ever so closely to Odessa.
Yeah, and we've been on the air with you since 11 this morning. That's about a little over 4 hours from when that funeral service started. It's supposed to last an hour. Definitely went double that. I think just people sharing all of the stories that they wanted to paint us a picture of who Officer Allen was, as somebody who was brave, tenacious, seemed funny too, had a bit of humor, and one of his friends tried a joke on the crowd and said, "Okay, I'm glad you guys laughed about that." And the chaplain saying that today was kind of tears were necessary and it was okay to cry because they were tears of cleansing. And then to smile too, which there seemed to be a lot of smiles and giggles also at that funeral service, because he said smiling is also going to be a way of healing.
Yeah.
We know that Officer Allen's parents are definitely going to be struggling. They said so themselves. They said this is very heartbreaking and it's going to be a tough road ahead for them. But they feel the love from the law enforcement agency, the Independence Police Department.
Yeah, a number of beautiful tributes. Several of Cody's friends today, they took the podium to talk about some of those moments, funny and anecdotes that only his friends could put into words. Others were serious, emotional, but in every voice we heard speak about Cody today, there was love and admiration.
Within a few sentences, he managed to point out my love handles and said I could stand to hit the gym. I'm not sure if it was his brutal honesty or his slightly twisted sense of humor that meshed with mine, but by the end of that semester, Cody and I had started hanging out quite a bit.
Yeah.
And that was one friend who said, when I met him, I wanted to be his friend, and then we both kind of didn't like each other for a little bit.
Yeah, but he also went on to talk about how Cody was, you know, maybe they had a rough patch at the beginning, but he was everybody's buddy.
Yes,
He was so
yes.
social. He liked interacting with him, and that's the same friend who also talked about how Cody was very forgiving, what he described as his greatest quality. Another moment from a friend getting more serious as he talked about the gravity of this moment.
He was a healthy person to be around, and the more time I spent with Cody, the healthier I was, not only physically but mentally. I will forever miss Cody, but I will never forget him.
Oh, and now that funeral service is over, the procession underway. Cody finally making it to his final resting place in Odessa. We want to make sure that we bring you the moments that you may have missed that highlighted who Cody was, according to those who were closest to him. This was a friend's message to everyone who was watching.
I would like to issue a challenge to all of my brothers and sisters out here. Be a little more like Cody. Recognize the good as it comes.
Yeah, recognize the good as it comes. That's his superior and friend, mind you, who talked about that McDonald's analogy.
At Santa Calagon,
the
yeah.
hamburger after hamburger after hamburger, but sometimes you get a McChicken.
Yep.
Yeah, and that same Deputy Chief Peterson also speaking to, how Cody wanted. He didn't want a whole tribute of command staff. He wanted his friends and families to pay tribute, and we saw that today. We want to share some more moments from the funeral. Here is the chief, who was very emotional, speaking on the impact of Cody's death moving forward.
We have a very long road ahead. It will be bumpy, and we will stumble along the way. But as long as we continue to pick each other up and put one foot in front of the other, I promise you today, I will be right by your side, and we will find a way forward together.
Just such touching moments that we saw. Here's a live look at through one of our scout cameras, a little bit frozen right here, but you can clearly see that line of law enforcement vehicles with their lights on, flashing as it makes its way. This is I-70 in Odessa. The procession has finally reached the town where Officer Cody Allen is going to be laid to rest at the Odessa Cemetery. All along right there, that's just past a host of places that we saw, from the Independence Police Department being that first spot where the procession made a little stop, and then we saw it go to Center Point Medical Center, and then a Little Blue Parkway, finally getting on the highway. It's just incredible to see, because this is a long vantage point that we can actually see this stretch of highway from the scout camera, and you can see that it fills that whole screen, that whole area of the highway. This was a really long procession. A lot of law enforcement agencies that we saw, from sheriffs, local police departments, Missouri State Highway Patrol, police officers from Chicago, from New York that were out there paying their respects. And then we're going to see this kind of trickle down to those closest to him, but it's still going to be a pretty big graveside service that they're going to have. They're going to be able to actually load the casket into what Ryan Hennessy was able to show us right there at the Odessa Cemetery, which is kind of what he described, a horse and buggy situation, but they'll be able to load it on, walk about a half mile, maybe a little under that, with the family, law enforcement, friends all behind him, and then finally being able to have that service. And you will be able to watch all of that live on our streaming services if you would like to.
Yeah, just an impressive show as we continue to see the live images from that procession, and it appears it is starting to get off of Interstate 70. From here, we're told it will go through Odessa and then eventually to the Odessa Cemetery. The procession, impressive. The service, equally beautiful. It was put together very nicely. One of the hardest moments to hear and see is when the chief officially relieved Cody Allen from duty.
Independence Police Officer Cody Allen, you are eternally relieved from duty. You have served with honor and integrity. Rest easy, brother. We have the watch from here.
Just absolutely heartbreaking there. The chief adding that this is one of the hardest for them because, again, they just lost an officer in that department back in 2021. We continue to share with you the emotional, funny, even serious moments from fallen officer Cody Allen's funeral. This moment from one of the people close to him on the example he set for all those around him.
Cody was not just a friend. He was a devoted husband to Danielle, a loving father, a cherished son, and a heroic officer. His selflessness knew no bounds, and his moral compass was unwavering. As my wife and I prepare to welcome our son to the world, I can only hope and pray to instill in him the same values of integrity, compassion, and service that defined Cody's life.
Just some of the many people that we heard from that funeral service before that procession finally took off from the community at Christ Church. And now we want to get out to our Ryan Hennessy. He's actually in Odessa. That's the gravesite area. And we've started to see, Ryan, finally that procession reach Odessa, start to get off the highway. Would you say the cemetery is kind of right there once you get off the highway?
Yeah, it's a little down the street. So the road runs right next to the highway, and so it's a little bit a couple miles away, just to be frank about it. But then they're going to come down this road, and then it's kind of blocked off from law enforcement, and then they're going to go up to the house. It's right over here. We're going to show this to you. Spin the camera around because it actually had the guys out here practicing, and even the color guard has now showed up. I know you have to look a little bit through the branches there, but. That is the Kaizen, which is the horse-drawn carriage, and it's going to have all the guys dressed in the uniform and fitting tribute for putting Cody Allen's body on. That's where the hearse will actually pull into that home, that residence right there. Again, this community has been incredibly welcoming to the law enforcement in this area as we get prepared for. To lay Cody's body here in the Odessa Cemetery. Now, what's going to happen is they're going to transfer the body. They've asked us to give them a little bit of privacy while they're doing that at that section of the of this funeral, and then they're going to be coming down this road and obviously taking him to this cemetery that's located behind us. We do see some motorcycles coming through here. This would be there's two parts of the procession that's actually coming in to the cemetery. One section is going to be, I think, for the majority of people, and then this section is just really reserved for the family and the hearse, and then, of course, the horse-drawn carriage after that. Again, this is the the Kaizen is actually going to have a thin little blue line that goes around it. It's definitely specific to Cody Allen on this. And as we do see the motorcycles lining the streets here, this is going to be what it's going to look like. It's going to be just filling up more and more with law enforcement presence as they get ready to make that last little stretch of Cody Allen's funeral services here and take him into where they're going to have the graveside services, which is over kind of near the blue tarp. The flags in this cemetery all at half mast, and I've seen about 30 or 40 people inside the cemetery right now. Here comes the motorcycle. Everything is very well organized here. This is, yes, Zach.
As we watch these live images, you were in town earlier today before you made your way to the site here, the cemetery. Kind of just tell us what did you see in town, or did you hear from anyone? What's the mood in Odessa today?
It's not a lot of talking, a lot of serious stares, I'd say. This community is hurting a little bit. This is